So we're about 1 minute to 9, Penny.
Sorry, Brendan, I think you said something. I was just taking a phone call. Did you ask a question that you didn't have answered?
Well, it's 9 o'clock.
Okay, so you're good to kick off whenever you're ready. We are live streaming and some of our participants, including the council, are here, so we're good to go.
Oh, brilliant. Well, it's as technologically as advanced as that. Kia ora, everybody. We'll commence our engagement. Maybe the first thing that we should do, though, is acknowledge mana whenua of the rohi that we're now considering. We want to acknowledge iwi and the hapu of this land. And we also want to acknowledge that we're entering your space today. We're entering your space via an extraordinary piece of technology where we're talking to a screen. I'm feeling modestly uncomfortable because I've got no idea who I'm talking to other than my team on the screen, but I'm sure you're all highly attentive and are ready to participate in what I think we'd all agree is an extremely important decision-making process, which is the purest principles of democracy. Maybe before we go any further, though, the Commission would like to open with our karakia. And to do that, I'm going to ask our CEO, Penny Langley, to lead us in the karakia. We're aware that technology has lots of echoing going on.
So hopefully you can see the words there, so you can join in if you would wish. Let me start us off. Whakatakata ki te uru, whakatakata ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. Sorry, I've gone off piste, I think. Kia hiaki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, tihe mauri ora. My apologies.
Nothing to apologise about, Penny. Thank you. To commence the process, it's important that we have appropriate introductions. So I've acknowledged the CEO, Penny Langley, who opened with our karakia, and also you'll see that we have Linda Canton on the Zoom as well. So Linda is the officer responsible for preparing the paper for today's proceedings. Fellow commissioners, and of course, Donald Rezabos, who's in the bottom left of the screen. He didn't have a tie on, so I didn't notice him, you see. Donald, who of course I think most of us would know, has an extraordinarily long history with the Commission. He's our superb advisor on everything technically that is important. And so Donald is with us from the Commission's office today. The commissioners, I'm asking them to introduce themselves, and maybe we'll commence with. I'm not going to go youngest to oldest. That would be rude to say that, but maybe we'll ask Sue Piper to introduce herself. Then we'll go to Janie, and then the new teenager on the commission will ask Benita to introduce herself. So each of you, if you wouldn't mind. Sue.
Te Māori kia ora koutou. I'm Sue Piper. I'm a former Wellington City Councillor and a former Councillor of the National Local Government New Zealand. This is all new for me too, the technology that is. Cheers.
Kia ora, my name is Janie Anea and I was the former mayor of the Timaru district for 9 years also as a councillor. I've been a local government commissioner for 7 years now, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today, even though I can't see you.
Well, tēnā rā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki o koutou, ko tau mai tēnei ata. Ai tika anō te kōrero o Brendan, mihi nui tāku ki te haukainga ki ngā mana whenua o tērā roe, o Whangarei nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everybody, I'm Bonita Bigham. I've been a commissioner for 6 short months and am really enjoying working with this wonderful team and helping our rohe and our councils come to good decisions that we hope support the community's aspirations. I'm currently a community board member in South Taranaki and a former 3-term councillor in South Taranaki district, and currently sit on National Council with Local Government New Zealand.
Kia ora everybody, my name's Brendan Duffy. I've got the privilege of chairing the Commission. My history is some 21 years in local government, 12 years of those as Mayor of Horowhenua. Was also on National Council and a variety of other roles. And I think you'll agree that the team that we have with us today, well skilled, well knowledged, great understanding of the principles of democracy and also that which is important in the local government family. So we'll get into the proceedings. And look, I do want to say, I know we've acknowledged that this technology is a little different. You can be comforted that we've had heaps of practice, but who knows when the gremlins are going to turn up. So if you can just bear with us should there be any glitches. If you see that commissioners have got their heads down, it's not that they've fallen asleep, it's just that we are taking notes. We need to make sure that we don't miss anything as we go through. And we would just conclude by acknowledging our gratitude that you're prepared to work with us in this way to be able to have a productive engagement for the rest of this day. It's all signed off simply to talk about that which is important for you in Whangarei. So it might be useful. I see there's a screen come up with the, it's a pretty small screen, but Cheryl, I can see you, Mayor Cheryl. Yes, so it might be nice now to hear from you in terms of introductions, and then we're very happy for you to go straight into the proceedings from your end, where you have the opportunity to give us an overview, and then clearly there's plenty of time for us to ask questions. So pass over to you, Mayor Cheryl, for your introductions and presentation.
Kia ora, Brendan. Te hei Māori ora, ingo mana, inga reo, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. E te whare e tū nei tēnā koe. I ngā mate kua haere o ki tua o te arai, haere, haere, haere atu rā. I ngā iwiri e hui hui nei tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou ngā mema o mana ka wanatanga ārohe, me o koutou kaimahi. Nau mai ki Whangarei me te Zoom. E mihi ana hau ki te kai karakia pini, tēnā koe. Ko hono atu ahau I tēnei rā ko taku koromatua tuarua Greg Innes, tō mātou kai whakahaere mātua Rob Furlong, me o mātou kaimahi o Whangarei Kaurihira. Ko koromatua ki Whangarei takiwa ko Cheryl mai hau. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou e taimai I tēnei rā mō tēnei mahi nui. Kei te pai ahau ki a koe I roto I te whakaaro, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. So greetings to you all, and it is bizarre, this technology of Zoom. On behalf of all of our hapu in Whangarei and Parawa, I extend you warm greetings, and as I mentioned before, I'm joined today by our Deputy Mayor Greg Innes and our Chief Executive Rob Furlong, as well as our fabulous team who are supporting us today. The chambers are set up so that we have the speakers to come in and sit sort of front and centre, hopefully, even though they're at a distance, you'll still be able to see them. So thank you for taking the time to be with us, and this is an important mahi. Back to you, Brendan, and then you can guide me on where we go to from here.
Right, no. So thank you for the introductions, and so we're now into the business end of proceedings. So we're very keen for you and your team to summarise key points in your paper, and then it gives us the opportunity to ask questions. We've allocated the best part of half an hour, longer in fact. We're near enough to half an hour anyway. So if you take the 30 minutes in presenting and don't give us time to ask any questions, it won't work for either of us. So if you can give us a good summary and then give us the chance to delve in, that would be great.
Kia ora, Brendan. Understood. So we're here today because we proudly introduced Māori wards for the next election, which triggered a representation review. And we went through the representation review process. And I'm sure that you will have read all the background papers and perhaps even seen some of our committee meetings where you can see that this is a controversial topic this time around. I've been mayor for 2 terms and I served on council. I began in 2004 when Pamela Peters was the mayor, and my second term, Stan Semenoff was mayor. So I was a councillor representing the Denby ward. I lived outside the ward, but on advice actually of Pamela Peters, I stood in the Denby ward and was successful for that and proudly served as a councillor. We've had a number of representation reviews since amalgamation. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th. And all of those have had continuation pretty much of status quo, despite attempts by some over time to rattle a cage, and particularly with the introduction of Māori wards or community boards. And from my perspective, unfortunately, those have failed until we got to this representation review where we brought in Māori wards. So this is the first time that I believe we've sincerely looked at the real options that we have for representation and democracy in our district. And we, through a long process, which I'm sure you've seen, engaged with our community, including with our hapu partners through our Te Kārearea Strategic Forum. And we really, for the first time, I believe, got the views of Māori. And they were thrilled with the fact that we introduced Māori wards and then had real meaningful input into our the initial proposal, which was of course decided upon by the council. We looked at communities of interest, and one of the things that I spoke with Len Bristow, who was on our Te Kārearea committee, and I said to him that I was meeting with you today, and one of the things that came up were communities of interest, and he said to me wisely, he said, for all people in Whangarei, when we come over the Brindulans and see the vista of our district ahead of us, we all have an amazing sense of home. So that to me just really reinforced the fact that we are a place where we feel we belong when we see our district ahead of us, and we've got the advantage of having that height that we come over from the south into our rohi. So we looked at a number of options, the clean slate approach, looking at wiping out all of the previous iterations, which has been, to be fair, 13 councillors with no community wards and a ward system through all of that time. And as I say, that we also looked at our electoral system, and again we challenged that this time. We were looking at single transferable vote versus first past the post. We seem to always try to look for a change and fall back to the position of status quo. It seems to be a bit of a history for us. So maybe this is the seminal moment where we can effect some change.
As you'll be aware, Whangarei District Council was formed by an amalgamation of the Whangarei City Council, Whangarei County Council, and the Whangarei Town Council as part of New Zealand's 1989 local government reforms. And many of those were also representative of the small boroughs and came together, and hence the naming of some of our wards. So the 6 wards that were established back in 1989 are here today, what's that, 31 years later. Our initial proposal that we put forward, we actually knew that it was flawed in that we were having to meet the plus or minus 10% criteria. We were having to push parts of our very urban, what we're proposing an urban ward, pushing some of those out into the more rural or coastal wards to comply with the plus or minus 10%. The feedback we got from our community clearly said, you've got to be kidding. That, you know, we, as a Carmel resident, I don't belong in Whangarei Coastal Ward, or for somebody in Maunu, I don't feel I belong in the Mangakahi or Mangatapiri. And that inherently comes the difficulties with setting a line on a map. That means that 1 foot can be in one ward and the other side of the street can be in another. You'll all be familiar with the fact that we swear an oath once we have been elected to work in the best interests of the district. And I believe our final proposal that was eventually got over the line for 10 councillors plus 2 Māori ward, and the 10 councillors to be voted district-wide, does give the opportunity for those anomalies to be addressed, for the 10 general ward councillors to be reflecting their whole community and the community of interest that belongs for our district. And of course the Māori councillors elected for the Māori ward will be doing the same. So that when we put out the proposal, I was uncomfortable with that initial proposal, knowing that in effect we were asking our community to endorse a proposal which was flawed to meet the criteria. So we were not surprised with the submissions that came back. And at our final meeting, you'll be aware, actually at the initial proposal, we brought forward the option of the district-wide wards, 2 wards and a reduced number of councillors. And at the initial proposal, it's funny, I reflect back on that, and it was a 7-7 vote, and I chose not to use my casting vote at that meeting because I felt that we had gone out with the initial proposal and that was what the community wanted. And I remember checking with Dale of Soski whether or not the final proposal could be changed as a reflection of the submissions, and I felt that that was a better process to get feedback from our community as to if they wanted to hear that, see that change. But of course, if you put out a proposal, that's what people submit on. But we did receive some submissions through that process that said a district-wide option was their preferred option. And some of those submissions carried a significant amount of weight in my mind, which is why in the end, as my casting vote, I chose to go with the final proposal, which changed our representation model because of the democratic equity that it provides. At the moment, we've got our deputy mayor is actually one councillor representing Whangarei Heads Ward, where and we've got other councillors who are in wards with 4, and we were looking at changing to 5. And I just really feel that as a voter, if they have the option of selecting from a list of people, 10 people, if they're on the general ward, and the mayor, that provides equity across the district. And same for Māori, they will be able to vote for their 2 councillors and the mayor across the district without being split into wards. So I think the council vote, as you know, was tight. but I'm proud of the fact that I actually ended up voting to proceed with that. So enough from me. I'll pass over to my Deputy Mayor, who's done a really great job preparing something, and hopefully we've still got enough time for questions. Kia ora.
Morena, kia ora tātou. Greg Innes, Deputy Mayor. I'm third term councillor, 2 terms chaired Planning and Development Standing Committee, and third term as Deputy Mayor. Previously, I was Director of Planning for Northland, and then a partner in a consulting company on planning and organisational cultural change, working in Auckland, Wellington, Sydney and throughout the United States, primarily with local government. This is my second term on the Governance and Strategy Advisory Committee for Local Government New Zealand. So that's my background.
Greg,
I really
seconds, Greg, sorry, and I'm not being disrespectful, but I've just realised we've got a commissioner missing, and I just need to be sure that if we can't have a commissioner not being able to hear the commentary.
So Brendan, it's okay to continue. The hearing still has quorum, and because we're live streaming and recording, any of the content that the commissioner who's dropped out because of technical problems is missing, they'll be able to go back and revisit it, so they won't miss anything ahead of them making their determination.
Thank you for the clarity. Thank you. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Greg.
No, that's fine. Look, Brendan, I had 10 points, and I'll be brief. The first one really was the resolution for Māori representation really brought about the council review of representation to be undertaken. The second point really is that it's a real time of change, and I'm aware of the reform of local government, particularly the 2 parts of review of local government and also the RMA review. And the third point I wanted to make was that Whangarei is currently in a period of strong growth and projected strong growth. It's projected at 1.5% growth per year over the next 30 years. I feel that is important to take into account going forward. Really, when we start looking at the growth and bearing in mind the communities of interest and effective representation, it really, as Her Worship mentioned, affected the fair representation. So this is my third term, and I represent Whangarei Heads Ward as the sole representative. It's a coastal ward. It has decile 9 schools, proportionally a very low Māori population, and it complies with the 10% rule of fair representation. It has a high voter turnout of 57%, so it's a very engaged community. When I looked at the other wards in terms of the proposal, the Hikurangi Coastal Ward was minus 20, just over 20%. The Whangarei Mangatapere Ward, minus 12.7, and then the urban ward that we looked at was plus 14.1. So it was really starting to say there was a real question of fair representation. I found as a sole ward representative, having sworn the oath to the district and being a representative really on a coastal high growth ward presented many challenges within the council chamber. And often I'm held as being reasonably focused on Whangarei Heads Ward at times, and I could give you a number of issues that haven't been able to be addressed adequately because of swearing the oath to the district. So I feel that the increased urbanisation that's happening in our district has brought forward a different dynamic of community interest, which has effective and fair representation implications. Whangarei is moving from dispersed rural and coastal communities to a more urbanised population, and the challenges of an emerging major city on the fringe of Auckland. My reason to not support the amendment was to reflect Whangarei Head's community holding to its history, where many of its residents identified as a separate community and very strongly as a separate community. I then abstained on the substantive motion, was really to indicate a changing and dynamic environment, looking forward to the challenges of urbanisation, but acknowledging my ward's particular community of interest. The close vote, in my opinion, reflects those who want to hold on to the traditions of Whangarei's provincial service centre and those who look to the newly acquired metropolitan classification of Whangarei district has with local government New Zealand. It is very much at that cusp of change. I'm hopeful that the process we're going through today provides some input into the review of local government and RMA reform, where the change has to be embraced, but local democracy needs to be maintained and strengthened. The Three Waters reform, the drive for community placemaking in the Natural and Built Environment Act, and the co-governance is becoming more centralised. Reform local government is part of this consideration. And I'll just reflect within my ward, we have two strong community organisations. One of those organisations, through placemaking, has been reinvigorated with a young professional representation on the Resident Ratepayers Association. They look towards placemaking as a means of getting involved and shaping their immediate area. The other association that we have are more retired and really look towards those, what I would consider minor issues of, for example, building a deck in the front yard of a property. So I feel that going forward, when we look at local democracy and looking at the reform that we have, that there seems to be a strong drive towards placemaking and involvement of local communities. So on reflection, this is not a reason to embrace change, but rather to be aware of the challenge the representatives will face in the new council. In hindsight, maybe a smaller council and community boards might have bridged this gap. But with that also comes challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Mayor Sherrill, are there any other observations from your side?
Rob, have you got anything you want to add?
No, I don't think so.
I think that's everything to begin with, Brendan.
Okay,
Happy to
cool.
take some questions.
Okay, just Penny, can you just give me a heads up on where we are with Janie?
So at the moment, she's just having some technical problems. Her computer's doing a restart.
Okay.
So if you just carry on and we'll get Janie back as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the opportunity now is for commissioners to delve into what's been summarised from the presentation, and maybe, and I'm happy to leave, but I'll just check. I'm not getting a nod from anybody. So look, I suppose it is patently obvious that you have had a significant number of comments back from your community around the process, and the fact that what you went out with and what you resolved is very different. It's not for us to question the vote or the number of votes. That's the democratic process that you follow. But I am keen to get real clarity around the fact that what you went out with and what you resolved is just so different. So the question is, why did you not go out with a model closer to what you felt was appropriate than where you landed?
Yeah, great question, Brendan. And I think the process that we went through identifying the options that were available to us, which we worked through both at council level and at the Takaria meetings, and also we went out for early consultation with our community, with literally the clean slate model, and the documentation shows that, you know, we were asking people about wards, whether they felt they were appropriate, whether they considered community wards. There was quite good engagement with the community into the early stages of the process, which we then refined it down to the options that were considered for the initial proposal. And I think I mentioned at the meeting for the initial proposal, there was the amendment put forward for the model that we ended up with. And that was where we had the split vote, and I chose not to use my casting vote. And on that point, that's one of the reasons why there's probably general consensus from the councillors that an uneven number of councillors in the end is a wise end result, because it eliminates that risk of a council being split. So I think in the end there was, despite the difference in opinion about whether or not we should continue wards. But coming back to the point around why the final model was so different to the initial proposal, it does reflect that that challenge that we had at the time between the sticking with status quo and really looking for an effective way of providing representation without the ward system.
Okay.
And that was reflected in the decision at that meeting. So hopefully that clarifies it. But there was also, as I think I mentioned also, there was a very strong desire from Māori to eliminate the wards. And that was reflected in the decision at the initial proposal. Was we went with the council decision as opposed to the community and Māori position.
Okay, so can you comfort me that the final solution that you have chosen will provide all of the members of your community the level of engagement and fair representation over what you currently have? So can I just reflect, Greg, you made the comment about you swear an oath to the district, but you found challenges of being a ward council and it created issues. I'm really keen to understand under the proposed model at large, how do those small communities, how can you assure those small communities that they are going to get the style of fair representation that you aspire to?
And Brendan, that is a key point, and I feel that the ward that I represent, that is very much at the forefront of their mind. I gave the example of participation, engagement, involvement, and what we've found in terms of engagement with the community, and I gave the example of placemaking, whereabouts in that process in itself has fully engaged that community or village that has substantial growth. Now, prior to that placemaking, that community as such was not as engaged. It wasn't engaged in terms of representation across the community. The young professionals, Māori, were not involved. It was more a small resident ratepayers association of retired people, whereas now, through that process, we have full engagement. And of course, placemaking is integrated through into funding in the long-term plan as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Sue and then to Benita.
I think Benita was first, so.
You go first, Sue.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I see that the officers recommended with the discussion about the initial proposal that if a district-wide area was preferred, that they recommended that investigation occur about the establishment of community boards across the district or part thereof. What work happened on that, given the final decision?
There was a significant amount of discussion, Sue, around the option of community boards, and I recall some of the discussion was that if we were to use that model, and that was a recommendation that a smaller council and the introduction of community boards would provide a really good representative model for the smaller, particularly coastal communities who feel that they may not have a voice if there were if councillors were elected district-wide. So yes, there was quite an amount of discussion. The points that it came down to were because of our lack of history with community boards, we've never had them. We've always rejected them every time we've had a representation review. Our neighbours in the far north have community boards, Kaipara doesn't. Auckland, of course, has a completely different system with their local boards. And so there was a lack of experience in seeing what happens with community boards. I shouldn't come back to my position, but I do, because I was really keen on that idea, because I think we can have community boards that are reflecting those close communities that do feel that they have a community of interest, and therefore, my preference would have been that they would have delegation, financial delegation.
But my question was, did you consider it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
So I understand that I've got about 3 questions. I understand that the land use, at least the land use will do, of the district is roughly 50-50, something like 52-48, or it sounds like a Brexit vote, really, doesn't it? But what's the split between the rural or the non-urban and the urban populations? Roughly will do.
60-40.
40 being
rural.
So in the discussions of in the resolution, the final resolution, one of the things the resolution asserts or notes is that the at-large model will produce a diverse membership of the council. How do you see that being? How do you see that happening as a consequence of moving to an at-large ward system?
The ability for people to stand in a ward that is district-wide, that provides the opportunity for people not to, for the voters, I'm thinking that from the perspective of a voter, being able to look for the representative, the people who will represent their position, their values. So if you, instead of having to, I'm struggling with a. Rob might be able to respond to that.
Yeah, if I could comment, Sue, and I'll come back to your earlier question. about community boards. The ward that I represent, there is a strong, I suppose, support for community boards because of their community of interest. When you look at the 60-40 split, urban-rural, some of that rural is part of the urbanisation, for example, along the coast, and the growth that's happening from Auckland in particular. So you have this situation where because of the growth, you're getting a totally different dynamic. And it seems to me that election at large can look towards those wider urbanisation issues. But the point in terms of local representation or local involvement is something that really needs to be worked through in terms of the new council and the processes they put in place. Now, you may feel, listening to the submissions over the day, that maybe community boards may be an option. We didn't support that as a whole, but there is that level of support out in the wider community on those more isolated communities.
Okay, so you got another question?
No, it'll keep.
Okay, thank you. Benita?
Kia ora. I te tuatahi mihi atu kia koe Cheryl mo o reo a tāhua I pāna ki tō mihi kia tātou. So thank you, Cheryl, for your beautiful use of the reo in your opening statements and mihi to us. My questions have now been answered via Brendan, and so it was around, I was seeking clarification around the rural versus urban split that you referred to there, Greg, but also community boards. I wanted to know if they'd been considered and how seriously, considering there is the lack of community support from what I can see for the proposed model. And also looking at agree with Brendan's comments and questions, and great to hear your responses around the differences between the proposed model versus the final. So I think I've got the answers I need at the moment, but just did want to specifically mihi to Cheryl for her use of the reo.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go back then? I want to pick up on that, Cheryl, to Mayor Cheryl, and clearly to you, Greg. In relation to the question asked by Commissioner Piper about having an at-large election protocol, and how are you sure that your community is going to be fairly represented? So Mayor Cheryl, you were struggling to answer that, and so I'm going to push a bit harder to get more clarity, because this is the guts of what the decision making is about. Two points. Assure us that this model will give fair representation across your rohi as we understand fair representation to be, and give me some comment please on the costs of standing. What are the cost implications to your community of standing district wide rather than in wards?
Brendan, if I address that one first, the cost of you're talking about campaigning as a potential candidate?
Yes.
Personally, yeah. I'm not sure that that's a factor that. Currently, if you're in a ward and you've got a small geographical space, you can put up billboards or whatever. But I think in this modern day, in 2022, the way people will represent their views is going to be completely different to the way you and I campaigned back in the day. And I do believe that is the communication methods that people have available to them now are very powerful and much more cost effective. It was raised in some of the submissions that somebody said it's going to be it'll cost a fortune to campaign. Well, we've got evidence of a current councillor who campaigned with a very limited budget. It was innovative, it was social media based, and they spent a tiny fraction. People may choose to spend a lot of money, but again, that hasn't proven to be an necessarily effective way of getting a seat around the council table. So I think personally, I think the cost of campaigning, or how fair or unfair that is a bit of a curveball. With great respect to you, Commissioner Duffy. So perhaps can I reflect back? Why are you posing that question?
Oh, well, cost is not necessarily dollars. It's time, it's energy, it's distance, it's availability, it's capability. All of those things go into that measure. And so what I'm trying to understand is, with an at-large model and 60% of your rohi being urban, the greater population basis, there's a general perception that there would be a strong, potentially a strong number of candidates from that urban area. And so I'm struggling to see where I'm getting comfort that the rural areas, those 40% of your community in the outer areas, how are they going to be comforted or assured that fair representation will be reflected over the model that you currently have?
If I could comment, Brendan, I think that the issue of representation, and I pick up really the whole area of localism and local democracy, which is very much at the forefront of discussions at the present time. And part of that relates to co-governance as well. It's really, it's not just in terms of looking at those sitting around the table, it's also what they enable to happen. So I see that with those small communities that have growth issues, particularly on the coast, there's really strong engagement can be undertaken, which we've been doing through placemaking. But I agree that in terms of at large, if those processes are not put in place, then it does question fair representation, or effective representation is probably a better word. So I acknowledge that.
Brendan, can I also add, do you mind, with the ward system, with people not necessarily having to live in the ward that they end up representing, you could argue that the current system has the potential for people who have a high profile to get represented in a ward that they may not even understand the issues, but because they're well known or whatever, and I can see that that's a potential for the district wide, that for representation on a council, you'll get people who are well known, and hopefully they're well known for the reasons that they it could be an issue, a single issue, or it could be that they've been so heavily involved in their wider communities that they have get the numbers through the electoral system to have a seat around the council table. And then it still always comes back to that, the oath around representing the district, the best interests.
Righty, I'm conscious that we've gone over time, and I've done it purposely because I wanted to make sure we got through there. I just need to check in with Commissioner Anea, who I think...
Brendan, Janie's just having some further technical difficulties. She's just in the middle of a device swap at the moment.
Okay, so long as that was device and not divorce, then I'm okay.
I believe device.
I've got a couple more questions, which we could maybe, while we wait for Janie.
Look, I will do, and I know that we're just pushing time, so if we can get short questions, short answers, that would be helpful.
Cool. Well, mine are short. The questions are short. What's the furthest distance in kilometres from the middle of the CBD to the boundary of the city, boundary of the city? How long would it have to sit in the car for?
Commissioner Piper, our coastline is 170 kilometres of coastline from the north to the south, and we go inland.
With all respect, Mayor Cheryl, my question was, how many kilometres would I have to drive, and how long would it, time will do, how long would it take to get from the centre of the CBD to the furthest point of the district from the CBD?
Between 45 and minutes and an hour.
And where, if I was looking on a map, where would the hour be?
Probably to the very far north of our region, our district, Whangarei in the
Whangarei, okay.
To Parihuria to the west and Lanes Beach to the south.
Right, okay, thanks, that's helpful. During the discussion that led to the final resolution, was there any, what discussion, if any, was, and what was the outcome of how many councillors were appropriate for the general ward?
The final proposal was the option that had been presented through the beginning, option 5, which was 10 councillors and the 2 Māori councillors plus the mayor.
Was there any consideration given to the proposal, the note in the initial proposal, that if you wanted to modify the ward system, that the council go to a two general ward option?
Yes, consideration was given for that, and we looked for equity with the Māori ward and the general ward. Okay.
Just let me have a quick look, Chair. I think that's it. I certainly hope it is. Oh no, one more. Was there any what consideration was, and what was the outcome of the discussion given to a mix of a general ward or a at-large ward and well, I think the term is mixed ward and at-large model?
Yep, that option was canvassed and discussed in some of our briefings, and there was, to be fair, there was quite a bit of interest in that, having the mixture of perhaps, I think from memory it was 5 wards and 4 at large, correct me if I'm wrong, or might be 4 wards and 4 at large, and the 2 Māori and 1 Māori ward. So yes, they were considered, but not preferred in the end.
Lovely, thank you.
Rightio, we're going to call it quits at this point. So thanks for everybody's participation. Can I just make the observation that from the council's perspective, we'll now proceed into the submitters. On a number of occasions, we may well make the observation that we'll look forward to council's comment. So in your right of reply, we're really looking forward to you picking up any observations made by the submitters where we want clarity. So, Commissioner, it's really important that the team, get their head around that, because otherwise at the end of the process, we just don't, it gets a bit blank if we don't have answers. So with that understanding, we'll move to Corey Haslam. If we can just understand.
You got Rob to begin with.
Mr. Chair, can I just advise you that we're going to have a fire alarm test at some point this morning. So it's just a test. We probably won't exit, but I've just been informed of it. So if you hear a fire alarm, it's here, and we'll just test for a couple of seconds, but I just need you to be aware.
Thank you. I don't think it'll be any more stressful than Commissioner and Nia trying to get the technology to work. So we'll work out.
So Brendan, just to clarify, I'll just bring Corey in to the meeting now. I'm assuming, do you want the council to stay in with us whilst we go through our submitters?
Absolutely, yeah, because the
Lovely.
council.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure that that's what we were doing.
Yeah.
So I'll just bring Corey in now.
Yeah, thank you.
Might just take a few seconds to do the right connections.
Yeah.
Yes, that looks promising. Here comes Corey.
Kia ora, Corey.
Oh, hello?
Kia ora, Corey.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Welcome. Sorry that we're a little bit late.
That's fine.
The process is really, really simple, Corey. Just to give you an understanding, my name's Brendan Duffy. I chair the commission. Fellow commissioners are on the screen and commission staff. And we've read your submission, but you have the opportunity to provide us your observations, your summary, and
Yep.
then maybe some questions from us. So we're in your hands. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say that this is the first time I've done this, so apologies for any mistakes or anything that I say. Anyway, on the 7th of September 2021, Whangarei Council considered submissions received on its initial proposal for representation. 11 out of 61 submissions proposed either 2 district-wide wards or proposed a mixed system of wards and at large. The remaining 50 submissions appear to not mention anything noteworthy to Whangarei Council regarding a change from wards to at large. Yet, for some reason, the council has decided to amend its initial proposal and to change from ward system to a at-large system. In the Whangarei District Council Representation Review 2021 initial proposal on page 6, under the heading, What You've Told Us, it actually states most people want our district to be divided into wards, and most people prefer to elect councillors where they live. My personal position is that moving to the at-large system would disenfranchise less densely populated areas whose problems and issues may differ to highly populated city centre. Using the current ward map, the 4 wards that are majority rural and have combined population of around 46%, and the remaining 2 wards, which are densely populated city area with a population of 53%, theoretically, the population of urban Whangarei could elect all or most of the 10 councillors, leaving 46% of the population of the district feeling like they cannot choose representation that actually represents them. This could also cause councillors to focus their campaigns more in urban areas, potentially cutting off our smaller and rural communities of even meeting the potential candidates. However, I feel the biggest issue is that there hasn't been adequate consultation for such an important democratic issue. Thank you.
Brilliant, Corey. And I just as I make the observation to others, don't be offended if we've got our heads down, because we're trying to make notes as we're trying to be respectful as people are presenting as well. You know, kanohu kete kanohu is not quite as easy in an environment like this, but we're getting there. Look, thanks for those observations and the detail of your submission, which is slightly more than what we got on your original piece of and your original submission in our papers. So that's great that you've expanded on that. I'll just check in with commissioners if there's any specific questions. Commissioner Bingham.
Kia ora, Corey. Thank you for your time this morning. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to talk to us. Can I just ask, where do you live? Are you in the urban or the rural population, and what sort of distance would it be for you to be expecting someone to travel to come and see you, or to how would you expect your elected representative to be able to engage with you wherever you live?
Well, I live in Whangarei. It's a small rural town, probably 15 minutes from the city centre. Well, at the moment, obviously we have our ward councillor who has, I think, every election come and done meetings with in our town hall and with our various business association groups and other things like that.
Okay.
So can I just ask further, Corey, would you see there's a possibility if there is the at-large population that all the potential councillors might come and try to be in touch with your community?
There is that possibility, but obviously, you know, for the with the amount of benefit for them, I don't see that it's highly beneficial for them to do that. In our town, I'm not even sure that we are over 1,000 population, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the urban population. I think of around 40,000, 50,000.
Great. Thank you, Corey. Thank you for your time.
Good up. Commissioner Piper. Sue, put your microphone on, mate.
Kia ora, Corey. Thanks for your submission. How long does it take you to drive from where you live to the central part of the CBD?
About 15 minutes.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. And from the extent of the furthest away part of the ward? Ish?
Yeah, it's hard to say, probably around an hour, 45 minutes an hour.
So that'd be a 2-hour round trip.
Yes.
Okay. Now the rest of it's very clear, but a question to council. In your right of reply, could you give us the figures for the turnout in each of the wards at the last election, please? And if you think it's germane, the one before. So thanks, Corey. That's
That's
Okay. So Commissioner Anea, I don't know whether you're ready. Whether you're do you need to ask a question?
No, I'm okay at the moment.
You're okay at the moment. So Corey, can I just go back to the concern that you had in your presentation just now around where representatives may be best positioned to be elected? What's your level of concern around at large?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What's the level of concern that you have about an at-large vote? So you made the comment that you felt that the majority could be elected from within the urban area.
Yeah.
What's your concern about that?
Well, obviously, people, a lot of people that live rurally, or people that even live in small towns, may have different, different views on what council's doing, and they may feel that with a council locally, you feel that you have someone kind of on your side, kind of thing, whereas potentially if the voters elect someone in the city centre, they might and it may benefit them more, if that makes sense.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you. Okay, I think we're done, Corey. Commissioners have all asked their questions, and there's one going back to the council to pick up in their right of reply, which will come through later on. So thank you for your participation. Grateful.
Thank you.
Cheers, Corey. Next presenter is Colin Henner from the provincial, what is it? Oh, Federated Farmers. So we'll just pull that file up, just so we can just bear with everybody. You
don't need your mask on.
So with a little bit of luck, the two speakers for the Federated Farmers will be joining us in the meeting shortly. That's Colin and Sean.
Somebody might like to tell us when Colin and Sean are there? Because
Colin and Sean have just shown up as in
Oh.
the meeting, but they just have their cameras off and their mutes on at the moment. So
Got it.
there we go. We can see Sean now, and I'm sure Colin won't be far behind.
Okay.
There we go, and
Morning,
Colin's
everyone.
online now.
Kia ora, gentlemen. Thanks for coming online. Sorry we've held you up momentarily. So my name's Brendan Duffy. I'm the chair of the commission, and on the screen are fellow commissioners Piper, Bingham and Anea, and staff members from the local government commission office in Wellington, Donald, Linda and Penny. So we're in your hands. We've heard from the council. We're now hearing from submitters. We've received your original submission. Looking forward to your overall comments, and then we'll ask some questions. So we're in your hands.
Good morning, Commissioners. Federated Farmers would like to thank the Local Government Commission for the opportunity to speak to the present representation review hearing today. My name is Colin Hanna, and I'm the President for the Northland Province of Federated Farmers. And my policy advisor, Sean Hazelton, is also on the call today and will answer any real difficult questions that I don't have answers to at this point in time. So for those who are not familiar with Federated Farmers, we are a voluntary member-based organisation that represents the needs of rural New Zealand farmers and rural businesses. We have over 500 members spread throughout our Northland region, and some of those members live in reasonably remote areas. Some of them, as I've listened this morning, up to an hour away from town. And these rural areas bring a lot of unique challenges which urban New Zealand do not understand. For example, you have tar sealed roads. We have to navigate metal roads. So there are lots of issues that both with weather, terrain, the variability of conditions that we face on a daily basis makes life difficult. And we feel strongly that we need to be represented by local people that fully understand rural and farming issues. Federated Farmers objected to the council's final proposal because the rural voice, in our opinion, would not be heard. And it's just simple mathematics. Just the size of the population of an urban area would outvote any candidates that may have an urban, the urban people would outvote any of our candidates that we put up because it's a population-based thing. So firstly, under the consultation, the consultation process itself was so poor that it flew under the radar of most of our district's residents, and that was a concern. Consequently, we do not believe that the council has a mandate to propose such dramatic changes. The initial review was poorly publicised. None of our members, when we questioned them, knew about the submission. And I would think that 61 submissions of mixed opinion do not represent the district's opinion. I think that's pretty clear. The initial proposal did not fairly inform the community on the potential for an at-large system, hence why Federated Farmers did not feel the need to speak at the hearings for the initial proposal. And that's pretty clear. Secondly, our communities of interest. We feel strongly that there is a clear need for rural representation as rural communities rely on their communities for events, schooling, amenities, socialising, and many rural people really travel to town, really only just to get their groceries, anything else that they might need. And so they're not, and those things are not available in rural Whangarei. Maybe they're coming to see a doctor. So we see a clear need for representation for those key rural identities. Urban Whangarei holds a majority of the population in our region, therefore reducing the chance of rural councillors standing for council and effectively representing rural communities. Our proposal is this: Federated Farmers support Council's initial proposal to have wards without the need for community boards. We support that, and we work with that all over the country. We do, however, understand that Council does not feel that this system was fit for purpose, which is why Federated Farmers originally submitted another proposal. We would expect, at a minimum, for their rural ward, an urban ward, and a Maori ward, representing our district. Without rural councils, Whangarei will not be fairly represented, losing the rural perspective that so many councils have lost in recent time. And we've been through this with other areas, as you're all well aware. So on balance, the population of Whangarei would ensure that a rural candidate would not make council. It's just simple mathematics. I'm happy to open up to any questions. Brendan, your mic's off.
God, I've worked so hard to be as pure as the driven snow on this. I apologise. Sean, do you have anything to add?
No, Colin's basically summed it up quite well. I guess the big thing as well is maybe outlining how we got to this. So as my role as a policy advisor, we obviously paid to look at all the council's proposals, bylaws, representation reviews and plans.
Okay.
The big thing with this was I get feedback from our members. When the initial proposal was obviously proposed, I think I had one email from Federated Farmers member. The day after the final proposal was sent out, I had at least 30 phone calls and dozens of other emails from our members and also elected executive, just with their concerns around the proposal. So yeah, I think that just pushes how confused and maybe shocked that a lot of the rural people were that I guess the at-large voting wasn't really considered or wasn't an option that they thought was on the table at the time. So
okay,
yeah,
okay,
that's about it for me.
Thank you. We've got some questions. Commissioner Anea and then Commissioner Piper.
Good morning, Colin and Sean. Great to be with you. I had a bit of a technical issue first thing this morning, so it is with great relief that I can see you and actually speak to you. So I've just got one question, but it's quite a big one. So you are proposing 3 wards, 1 rural and 1 urban, 3, and the Māori ward. So where would your proposed boundaries be? And have you worked out whether they will fit within the plus or minus 10% population formula?
Yep, I'm quite happy to answer that. As far as boundary wise, I guess the statistics and information we can't really gather to the detail that council would be able to get. Looking at general population statistics, it's about 60-40 roughly, as I think people have mentioned before we spoke. And there's also the risk that with this growing urbanisation, it might potentially go 70-30 in the next election or further elections on. So that's mainly our concern. The boundaries will obviously change as that changes, but yeah, we haven't actually outlined an exact boundary. Just by statistics, it looks like Whangarei, have about just over 50% of the population when you just do a rough Google search for Whangarei City's population versus Stats NZ for the entire district.
Do you feel that that general area that you're talking about that's out of Whangarei, do you feel that their community of interest is urban, rural?
Yep, I think I see it similar to, I guess I get a submit on basically every district council in the top half of the North Island. So I see it similar to that of Stratford, who have already adopted a rural, urban and multi-ward system. So there is one large city, obviously Whangarei, that's the main identity of where we are. But then there's also that rural area which have similar needs and similar views. But as you've got other areas, I guess you go down to the Waikato, you've got Waikato District and Matamata, they've got 3 or 4 like larger towns, but no one large city. And that's where they have individual wards, whereas we feel like Whangarei and Stratford would be similar with the needs for just one rural and then one city ward.
Okay, thank you.
If I might intervene just there for a moment. I'm heavily involved in Rural Support Trust, and we go around trying to encourage our communities, to look after themselves, but we just realise just how remote they are at times. And I think the communities are dependent on each other, and I have done about 90 dinners across Northland. That's from the Harbour Bridge to North Cape, talking to people about how to look after themselves, well-being, and that's why I am so strong in that if they lose their voice, and this is one of the problems that I think we're wrestling with all over the world. History tells us that democracy is so important. You need your voice, and if you lose that, then you get revolt. And we're seeing this in other countries around the world. So that's the last thing we want to see. And Federated Farmers is very, very strong on democracy. Everybody must have the voice, even irrespective, we don't even agree with it. They're entitled to their voice.
Thanks, Colin. Councillor Anir, Commissioner Anir, you done? Yeah. Commissioner Piper.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Just echoing Janie's thoughts about this. Thank you for the submission. There was some discussion about the establishment.
We've lost you, Sue.
Oddly enough, the chair muted me, is what it said on my computer. Which, given your little homily, Colin, was quite relevant. Look, his eyes are bulging now. The community boards, have they got a role? If we agree to at large, have community boards got a role, and if so, what would they be in general?
I'll defer to you on that one, Sean, because you've had a wee bit more exposure.
Yeah. So I guess I'm involved in it's more regional council work, but the Northland and Auckland rural advisory boards. They're good in the way that you can speak to council staff and councillors in regards to what your main issues are, and also your rural views. But it's not the same as having that councillor seat at the final table on the board. So yeah, community boards do have their place. I don't know whether, as Colin was saying, it's probably not going to be to the level that we would want for Whangarei to represent our rural people. But yeah, there is a place. I don't know if it's really at the loss of wards, sorry, rather than at large.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Last question, Commissioner Bingham.
Well, kia ora kōrua, thank you for your time this morning. I was just interested in the comparative between Whangarei and Stratford, and just noting the very significant population difference between the two areas. Stratford's just got under 10,000 people, I believe, as compared to Whangarei, which is hovering around 100,000. Have you done any further analysis around the split that Stratford may be doing between the rural and urban compared to what the population numbers are that you're looking at?
Yeah, so Stratford is, Stratford I submitted on their representation review as well, so that's why I know that example. I think they were about a 60-40% split when you look at it between urban and rural, and then they have their one Māori councillor based on the population statistics. Yeah. So
that regardless of the numbers, you're saying that's a model that you think fits best for your rohe as well? Yeah, well, it's similar to what Whangarei would look like at the moment with that rough 60-40 split. Yeah. Great, thank you. So just a question then, in terms of the I guess the concerns that you have about the rural population not being well represented, therefore needing the wards. On the flip side of that, there would be 60% of the population who say rural councillors wouldn't know what's happening in their world either and don't represent them. So how might you respond to that point of view?
I think because rural people do go to town and rural councillors, we do understand urban issues more probably so, because that's what's in the forefront in the press all the time. We don't get as much of the rural news in the press. So I think you'd find that rural people would have a better understanding of urban and then vice versa.
Okay, we're going to call it quits there, just conscious of our time and respect for other submitters. So to Colin and Sean, thank you for the submission. Thank you for the effort that you've put in. And we'll go through our deliberations in due course and make a decision that we think that we determine is best for your community.
Thank you, team.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we've got our next submitter, Vince Cocarulo, who you will bring in now. Now, I'm just conscious that we are supposed to be finishing at 10:30. We're going to do our best. I don't know it's going to be quite 10:30. If anybody needs to break out. Just turn your screen off or give me an alert and we'll see what we can do.
I won't ever be turning my screen off. I just want to say.
Right.
Too weird.
Welcome, Vince.
Welcome.
Good up. You'll be reasonably familiar with some of the faces on the screen. So my name's Brendan Duffy, the chair of the commission, and we've got fellow commissioners Piper, Anea and Bingham. And then you'll see on the screen also commission staff, CEO Penny Langley, Linda and Donald. So you're reasonably comfortable with the process. So we're in your hand. You'll be aware we've read your submission in detail. So we're looking for the overarching high points now because there's a cup of tea break shortly.
Absolutely understand totally. And thank you very much, commissioners, for taking the time. Brendan, Benita, Sue, Linda, and Donald and Janie, look, you've taken this time to actually listen to the submitters. And as I've gone through and I've listened to the council and also to Corey, Colin and Sean so far, Colin, Sean and Corey, I have to agree with what they're saying. And Benita, to one of your questions that you asked, I'm probably the worst example of an urban councillor. I run an IT business which for over 20 years, and I deal with the whole of Whangarei, and I travel everywhere. And not only do I travel anywhere, I have been called sometimes to Rarotonga, sometimes to Papua New Guinea. So traveling is part of what I do. So I'm probably a very bad example of someone who's trying to advocate for multiple wards versus the one ward situation. But it's the reason I advocate for the multiple wards is because our district is so diverse. Now, I've highlighted that, I've given you loads of paperwork. I'm well aware of it. There's a lot of stuff there. But if you have a look at it, I believe Sue asked the question, what's the distance from the furthest north to the furthest south? You're looking at about 117 to 120 Ks. It's approximately 2 hours drive from the furthest north to the furthest south. So if you're doing a return trip, if a councillor just so happens to get elected from Waipu Cove or Waipu area, they're going to have to travel the whole distance to be able to get anywhere, it doesn't work. I listen to my community and I listen to how their concerns are. And from what I can see and what I listen to, one of the biggest concerns I'm hearing is our rural community is scared of being forgotten. Now, I see that a lot within our community and within council. And while I disagree with the mayor and the deputy mayor about these sort of things, I believe the important way going forward is we do actually need the ward system. It's already been highlighted that there was only 6 people who actually spoke about the ward situation, but I need to highlight you back to the actual document which went out to the public. And it actually stated in there, was consideration given to councillors being elected at large? And it says, yes, but this doesn't take communities of interest into account. So it's clearly stated within their consultation document that went out to the public that they were saying that we don't want to go look at large. But now they turn around and change the decision at the council meeting at the last minute. And if you look at the way things have been voted on, it was a very clear split, 7-7. That's the diversity that we have within council at the present moment, which is a good diversity because it's allowing difference of opinions and get in. It's also been highlighted how different our communities are. And I've given you a breakdown of the actual wards and what's involved in each one of the wards. And you've got people who are on septic tank and are on rainwater and are on a metal road. These people are scared of being forgotten. There is already a huge divide for a lot of them in relation to their sealed roads, as you've already heard from the farmers, federated farmers. Whereas with you go to the city, there's approximately 25 people within, or 25 households within Whangarei, which actually still on septic tank. 25 out of a possible 40,000 houses. So it's, you've just got to be realistic about how the diversity and how the division actually is within them. So, and I also highlighted on, and it's something that you brought up, Brendan, about the future candidates. While Mayor Cheryl believes in that technology is changing and allowing more people to be, they can use different ways of communicating with people, there is still a vast majority of our people who actually want their councillors to come and talk to them at that normal community ward area, going into the hall and sitting down with your councillors and actually having those future councillors having them to have that discussion. And when you do that, that's when you actually really get to meet the people. And not only do you get to meet them in the community themselves, but actually you really get to meet them when you're actually at those meetings and they can actually eyeball you. The frustrating thing from my side of things is some of these rural communities, we end up having more candidates than we do actually having people attending, which is a little bit disappointing, but it's what happens. And unfortunately, sometimes the meetings are on days which are not suited for the community, but are okay for the mayoral candidates. I'm just so that you commissioners understand, I'm also someone who has stood as the mayor, so I do know the cost in actually running a mayoral campaign as versus running a local ward campaign. Probably the last thing I really want to highlight on is the fact that I don't, Benita, I asked our councillors and I asked our Māori community how many wards they wanted to have for the Māori, and they told me, don't worry about the Māori, we'll look after them. Because originally I was thinking for an area the size of Whangarei, we really need to split it into two, having one north and one south, because it's just the size of Whangarei and the distance that the Māori community would have to travel. And it was the Māori community who was telling me, oh no, don't worry about them, we'll look after our own. So okay, I just, but from my side of things, I think we need to have smaller communities and actually get people to be able to involve more. When we look at our election results, and last 2019, we had 45% of our community voting. So, and the stranging thing, the majority votes are from the rural community. So I'm going to stop there. Good. Go for questions.
Good. So you're quite right. You made a substantial submission. You are an elected member of the local authority, and you are taking your right to be able to speak against that decision made by the council upon which you sit, which we understand. You've given a general overview. Is there any questions from commissioners? Because there's a lot of detail. We've obviously got pretty clear messaging. Commissioner Piper, just get that microphone going, and then we're in business.
All I wanted to say was thank you for that WODG, because it was very, very helpful. in the sense of going through the papers. So thank you. And as a consequence, I don't have a question.
Thank you. Fellow commissioners. So don't be offended by the fact there are no questions, because there was an enormous amount of detail. And as I said at the start of the proceedings, it's not for us to determine the vote. It's not for us to adjudicate in that space. It's about making our decision in terms of what it is that's presented in front of us. So appreciate you've given us a verbal update on the written submission. So well done.
Not a problem.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Rightio, commissioners, we've got 2 more submitters before morning tea. I know we're 10 minutes late at the moment, but I think we'll take the next 2 and then we'll have our break. So our next submitter is, help me with the pronunciation.
I'd love to help you with the pronunciation, Brendan, but I have to be honest and say I hadn't checked it ahead of the hearing.
Okay.
We'll say it could be Jerome, but I'm not sure. I'm sure we will find out once they join the meeting.
Cheers,
One
thank
moment.
you. Kia ora, Jerome. Kia ora, welcome. We'll just can we hear you at the moment?
I hope so.
Ah, that's better. That's better. That's working.
Good. Excellent.
Fantastic.
I will-
So have you been observing the meeting so far?
I have.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got a sense of the proceedings and how it all works?
Indeed. And I will introduce myself because it's a tricky name, as Penny sort of alluded to. And I have been in local body elections, and I've always had that problem with my name. And so what I do is I say, you're on, you're off, you're on. Yeah, you're on, you're on. So that makes it easy. And my surname, Whangarei, is tricky. It's always tricky. I've been in New Zealand for 42 years, and I really appreciate this opportunity to talk. I have a business called Dive Tutakaka. I operate on the Tutakaka coast. I've been a Hikorangi coastal councillor for 1 term, about 3 terms ago. And so I've got a bit of an insight with regards to the workings of council. I'm an avid follower of council meetings and procedures. I'm a number of boards within New Zealand, within tourism and other organizations, business organizations. So my viewpoint comes very much strongly connected with my previous roles. I'm aware of the fact that I'm sitting between a cup of tea and my submission and you guys. So I'll try. Council, like I said, there have been issues with that. When you are elected at a ward, even though when you are elected, you'll state that you will work on behalf of the whole community. In reality, this doesn't always happen because you have to come back and be re-elected by your ward. So therefore, the interests of your ward are always very much more on the foreground than if you were elected at large when you work on behalf of the whole community. Wards can be quite parochial in their focus, and as you've heard from the farming fraternity as well, they have a different focus. When we talk about the number of people in the Whangarei district that are rural and that are urban, I would tend to agree with Deputy Mayor Greg Innes that the coastal wards, which fit in the woods at the moment, are probably more urban. And so the division between the real traditional rural and the urban, wider urban area is probably more like 20/80. Reality is that the voting from the urban, from the rural areas is holding the community back, in my opinion, and the system with regards to communities of interest. Our communities of interest have changed significantly since we had horses and carts and only had one way to get to our community. Nowadays, we have a lot of our communities spread right around the whole region, whether it's clubs, whether it's business events, all those kind of things. The fact that only just over 40% of people vote in the elections, in my opinion, is a great fail, because people are disconnected and they don't feel that they are being heard. And so they're not interested. When you have the lovely community events that Vince Coccarello was talking about, indeed, you get about 5 to 10 people turning up, and they are generally grayer than I am. So the connection between the people and the particular wards in those particular areas, a little bit debatable. People have ways of means to sort of talk and understand the wider issues that take place. So elected at large, I was one of the 6 people that talked at the council meeting with passion with regards to elected at large, with a focus on the district. One of the issues that I brought up was that out of the people that can vote, about 23% voted for our mayor, but with all other councillors, if you take it at the whole district, most of them only have 2 to 3% support. So that is actually a very, very small number with the way we have set it all up. I do believe that better representation would be there if we have 1 mayor elected at large, 2 EV representatives, and 8 in the general ward. That would make up a total of 11 people, and that would enable decisions to be made instead of being in a 50-50 position. It happens quite a bit. And EV representation of 2 would make up sort of the 22% of iwi that live in the Whangarei district. We'll have less councillors. I think we'll be more effective around the meetings. We have a better independent focus on the district. You're not beholden to your ward, but you're actually looking at the best of the district. You'll be able to have more money available for the councillors because the amount of money is being split by less people, and therefore you might be able to attract people that want to stand. I've found as well with the ward councils and people voting in wards that a lot of people didn't want to vote for their candidates. They weren't interested, but they were interested in voting for people in other wards because they represented their interests far better, but they couldn't. So that's probably also a result of why only 40% actually bothered to vote. With regards to need for community boards, I think that would make it all a little bit complicated. I think we have lots of groups already within the community. You've got ratepayers organizations, you've got Federated Farmers, Chamber of Commerce, you've got conservation groups that are all able to talk specifically to the council at large or specific councillors with regards to their issues. I do not believe that they necessarily have to be elected in a ward to represent specific interests from specific groups. I have witnessed failures of the old system with issues, for example, you may be aware of the 100-waster that took nearly a decade to get through, which was significantly blocked by the rural councillors. And with the makeup of it at the moment, it has held progress back. And just recently, there was an Oruku landing project where 60 million from the PGF fund was handed over to our council. And again, the councillors was stronger against that, and hence council voted against it, which I think is a loss. And it's when you look at the council makeup, I think that there would be more people if it was at large elected. There would be a better interest for the district at large. Yes, that's sort of, you may have some questions. And
Yep, perfect. I think we should go to some questions. Just check in with commissioners. Commissioner Piper.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the submission. That's helpful. Just one thing. How is an at-large system going to improve and maintain or improve effective representation of the residents of the district?
I think that because of the fact that they're not connected to a specific ward for which they have to come back to in order to sort of be re-elected and are responsible for the ward itself, they're responsible for the wider community, for the whole community, not just for a little target group or a little subgroup that they represent via the ward system.
But you talked eloquently about the disconnection between citizens and their elected officials. How is an at-large system going to improve that?
I think that when you have a council that is focused on the interests of the wider community, the whole district, and is connected with, like Vince Coccarola said as well, a lot of councillors are connected with particular groups as well. They have to be elected, they have to represent and be this democratic voice of issues that pertain particularly to particular groups. And it is easy to sort of, rather than in a ward where you have a mix of people, nowadays you have groups of people like federated farmers, like a conservation, like a chamber of commerce. You can deal with those kind of groups and bring their issues forward, and they're able to sort of talk to council.
Okay, now one last quick, just to check. Your submission said 6 at large and 2 from the minor wards, but you said 8 and 2. Is that your view? It should be 8.
Yes.
Cool. Lovely. I just wanted to check that I'd heard you right.
Well, yeah, well picked up. It fits in really well with the percentage as well, because we've got some 10 councillors, 20% Maori, and that's a good representation. And that sort of gives people a little bit of choice. So people that feel strongly about a particular rural area that have a good candidate, there is a good mix. There is a possibility for a good mix for this particular council to move forward in the interest of the wider community.
Okay, Commissioner Bingham.
Kia ora, Jordan. Thank you for your time this morning. Really appreciate you being with us. You've talked about the fact that councillors are elected from to represent the whole district, but that's not always played out as we might like to think it is. Do you have any, can you provide any examples that may come to mind where the at-large model has, in your opinion, worked well for communities who, like federated farmers, like the rural sector, are concerned that they will be missed out? And that's one part of the question. And the other part of my question, I've forgotten, so we can start with that one perhaps. Thank you.
I just missed the latter part of your connection, but since my experience is mainly with the Whangarei District Council, Northern Regional Council, and councils in the north, we haven't had an at-large council at work as such. I think you probably find the Auckland Council is a little bit more at-large compared with what it used to be, but you're probably more the specialist on that, being local government specialist. I can see it work really well. Nowadays, we are so well connected with particular issues with our community. And like I said, people band together and sort of their communities of interest is no longer the area where they live, but the principles they adhere to and the quests they want to achieve. Like a conservation group can be around the whole district, and you can talk to them a lot smarter by talking to them rather than trying to pick up 1 or 2 people within your ward system. I think we have a need for a more efficient decision-making process in Whangarei. We are matured as a city, as a district. We are not disconnected. We do travel around. Our communities of interest is the wider district, not just our little wards. We need to think a little bit broader in this.
Otherwise, we're going to run out of time, if you don't mind. So can I go through to Commissioner Anir? Did you have a question?
I just lowered my hand because my question was actually answered. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, look, I think we're going to need to call it quits there, just conscious of how far behind we are already. Muireann, thanks for the submission, thanks for the observations, and wish us luck in our deliberations later on.
I wish you luck in your deliberations, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ka kite. Commissioner, we'll just take one more.
So Brendan, the next person on our hearing schedule is Dennis Anderson.
Yeah.
I don't think that Dennis has joined us. My understanding was that he would be joining us virtually.
Okay.
There's nobody in our attendees list with a screen name that matches up. So I've done a chat to everybody and haven't had any indication that Dennis is there.
Okay, so we'll take a break, and if Dennis does come on board, he'll be first when we reconvene at 10 minutes past 11. Okay, take a break, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Brendan.
All good.
Seeing as we're starting to come back in now, I might stop the screen share because people will sort of be able to get the gist of what's happening. And it just makes everyone's view a bit clearer, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Dale, I don't think I've actually acknowledged you yet. I mean, I know that you are there, though we can't see you. Hopefully you can hear us, but just acknowledging. Oh, there he is. Just acknowledging. G'day, nice to see you.
Hi, Dale.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, sorry about that. I was included a little bit later, so I didn't have the opportunity just to speak. But I'm playing more of a back seat role.
Yeah. I know that. But I just wanted to acknowledge just as courtesy.
Thank you.
Penny, I went to start my video, but it says that you are, the host has stopped it.
Yes, just when we went on to our break, I made sure that everyone had their videos off so that we didn't have any interesting experiences. Let me send you a button that says ask to start video.
Thank you very much.
There you are. We can see you again.
Excellent.
So just while we're getting ready, I think you guys are aware that one of the submitters, Bruce Ken, is not submitting. So we've got a 10-minute window of advantage there. We'll just see how we go. And if you get to a point where you do need to bail out for obvious reasons, feel free. We're okay. Remembering it's recorded so we can go back if we specifically miss anything.
And can I apologise for this morning? For some reason, my Wi-Fi just kicked out and then my computer got very upset about letting me back in again.
Well, I would simply tell your husband to upgrade the computer. I mean, I just think he's been quite miserable.
Well, if you actually saw our computer, you'd think it was quite smart. And supposedly the answer is because Mac are used mainly for business, then they don't keep them updated very well. That was his excuse to me when I said, why haven't I got better technology?
And I do feel compelled in this day and age, Mr. Chair, to just say, Janie is probably capable
of what? Sorry, you froze on me, Penny.
All right, got it.
I think that it doesn't sound like a reasonable excuse. It sounds entirely fictitious, or some might say it's a porky.
Well, I'd just like to say that I almost needed mental health advice when that was happening. For some reason you froze then, Penny. I couldn't hear what you said.
You just had a big freeze, Penny.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lives in Timaru. Remember, it's much closer to bloody the Antarctic than we are.
Benita, did you just say something?
You just had a big froze there for a second. A big froze, sorry, bad England. A big freeze there for a second.
Yes, I had a bit of I'm having some instability issues at the moment, but I'm hoping they won't last long.
Bye. Thank you, Brendan.
Got about a minute to go, guys, and then we'll kick off. So maybe I can just check.
Oh, look, just one little thing that I've explored. It's about an hour and a quarter from Whangarei to the most distant point of the district.
Okay.
Where people may or may not live.
Okay. So just checking in with you, Penny, whether Dennis Anderson has come on at all.
I'll just check the list of attendees and of course, just a reminder, we are still live streaming, by the way.
Yeah.
No,
No.
I
okay.
can't see Dennis there. No, and I have had confirmation that he hasn't shown up in person
Okay.
with our friends in Whangarei.
Okay. All right. So let me just get that. Hold on, just where was that one? 108. Okay, we'll reconvene and carry on with our proceedings. So welcome back, everybody. So just in terms of formality, Senator Dennis Anderson has not presented himself, but we'll just confirm that we have got his submission here in the submission papers. We've noted the observations that have been made there, and just to prove that we have read it, his last point in his objection was that out of 61 valid submissions, only 6 were in favour of district-wide voting. I'm saying that not because I'm supporting, I'm just saying it just so you know we've read the submission. Rightio, so we can move now to the next submitter, Mary McDonald.
I'll just bring Mary into the meeting now. I'm hoping we have the right Mary. Here we go. And hopefully in just a moment, Mary will be able to bring up video and take off mute, and then we'll be good to go.
Mute, right.
Hi, Mary, we can hear you now.
Thank you. I'm terribly sorry I pressed the wrong buttons. Kia ora, tēnā koutou. My name is Mary McDonald. I've been in the North since the 1963s. And I'd like to really just reiterate the main basics of our democratic needs, which seem to be getting obscured and a lot of sidelining. I would like to totally endorse everything that Vince Kokarola said, and Corey Hashem, and a lot of the others, but those two particularly made the points I would like to make. In a democracy, we are dependent on being represented. The further you are from the center, the less representation you have. That is why in central government, we have a local MP. That is why I feel that we need to retain the ward system, because it gives us representation by people who are in the district and know the district and are accessible within the district, and they are accountable to that district. Those are the basis of democracy: representation, accountability, accessibility, and responsibility. Now, when we talk about accountability with the ward system, and this includes the new Māori ward system, which is not territorially based, but it is a community bonded base. You have to have accountability to your ward. And then you also have to have accountability to the council. If you go at large, you're going to lose one of those levels of responsibility. That is to the local ward. Now, we've been hearing about disengagement of the electorate. Well, that can be put down to a very basic point. Votes have to count, and they have to be seen to count. And that has not been happening. We have largely uneducated about government, local and central, in the community. I have been asking people what voting system they use in elections, and they mostly do not know. And we think we vote with MMP. We don't. We still vote for our most important representative using first past the post. So that is going to bring me to the elephant in the room for local government. If the council does decide to go at large, then it really must change the voting system from FP. Why? Because FPP, first past the post, is recognized even by central government reluctantly to be an unfair system. And one of the problems with FPP is that it allows minority grab and power. You want to see that in our history? You can look at the elections in 1978 and 1981, where less than 40% of the electorate actually voted for who they got in as a government. And that is what led us to MMP. So what I am saying here, we need to, at the back of any decisions we make, we have to keep in mind the basic needs and requirements of democracy. And as many have noted, and the people preceding me, if you go to at large, you are going to have capture. You are going to have people capturing the votes. And because of the numbers in the central districts, in the highly populated parts of the electorate, that's what would happen. I would also like to endorse the person who said that money is not important in electioneering. I'm sorry, it is basic. No money, you don't get out there. And there are other things that come into how you get known. Not just being able to afford hoardings and boardings. I would like to endorse what Vince Coccarella said. If you want the people to come to your meetings, choose times and occasions when they are likely to be available, not just when it suits you. So that's really my message.
Thank you, Mary. Mary, just out of interest, are we able to see you? We've certainly heard you, but I'm just curious as to whether your technology allows us to see you. Penny, Mary, is that practical or not? No?
It may be possible. I think it's probably up to Mary to make the call on that one.
Ah, okay. Mary, can you still hear us? Is Mary there? So, Mary, can you just, can you still hear us?
I think we might have just, I think Mary's lost her connection. She's just dropped out of the Zoom meeting.
Right. Okay.
I'll keep an eye. So if she does happen to pop back in, I will make sure that you're aware of that. But at the moment, she is gone.
Okay. So just hold there for a second. Look, it's really, really important that we try and find a way, because there's a couple of questions that need to be asked there in that space, to be honest with you. Maybe what we will do, I'm just going to flag to Mayor Sherrill that I'd be interested in the right of reply, any commentary around what consideration may or may not have factored in the final decision in relation to Mary's comments about the election protocol, STV or FPP. It'd be useful just to understand what consideration was given in that space. So I'll just look forward to that in the right of reply. Just checking with commissioners, are there any flags in there that you'd want to look forward to the council in their right of reply responding from the points that Mary made? No?
That was my question too. So
that was yours as well? Okay. All right. So let's assume that Mary has presented. We've clearly heard her views. We've picked up a particular point we'd like to get some response from. And I think I'm going to assume that Mary has used the technology as efficiently as anybody today. She's zoomed in and she's zoomed out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if there are any follow-up questions that the commissioners have, we can contact Mary after today. We have an email contact for her.
Okay. Rightio. We will move to the next submitter if we can, please. So we've got Greg Martin. And Greg is on page.
Greg is in person. Greg's here in the room.
Yeah, I'm here.
Is he? Okay. So just bear with us for a moment. I suppose we've talked about technology quite a lot today. I have to say that it's incredibly hard to see the Whangarei District Council in its entirety. I know there's movement, I can see, but I've got no idea where these people are that are presenting.
They're just going to try and make some adjustments.
Yeah, I reckon putting that chair around in front of the camera, that would be so much better.
You bring your chair, Greg?
Well, you won't get right.
that is epic banging and crashing.
I'll use this one, Greg.
But some very efficient furniture moving.
Now, Greg, you look like a pretty strong man. Can you push that table further forward, please? Can you come further up?
Yep. I haven't done my hair.
Well, don't worry, because we can't tell whether you have or not.
Oh, that's an excellent outcome then.
I know that is.
So you can hear me all right?
We can definitely hear you, and I just need to ask, have you been watching proceedings so far?
No, I just heard the last one. I just came in. I've been at a board meeting. So
Okay. So just in terms of formalities, you are in front of the commission. So myself as chair, and then you've got commissioners Piper, Anea, and Bigham, and you've got staff from the office, the CEO, Penny, and then advisories Donald and Linda. So we're the team from across the country, across the motu, and it's our role to deliberate on the decisions in relation to representation. So we've received your report We've digested it. It's your chance now to give a summary and then for us to ask some questions. So we're in your hands.
Yeah, well, I'm Greg Martin and I've been, this is my 6th term on council. I represent the Whangarei Coastal Ward, which is the big one that takes an hour and a half to get to the other end. And the people up there had never seen their councillors until I got elected onto this. So I'm just going straight in without too much stuff. My concern is that this process has been done all wrong, and I feel guilty that I went out to all of my constituents taking the agenda with all of the maps and all of the details. That's what we went out with. This is a council agenda of what we were going to do. This is the document that we stuck in the letterboxes throughout the district, what we were going to do and what we were proposing. So therefore, we got, depends which figures you use. There's 2 different lots of figures in here. One lot say there was 70, we've got 79,600 people and 71 responses, which means 0.099% of the people bothered to put in a submission. I've had more than that calls, but that's the number that responded, dealing with the facts that are here. And if we use the other figure that we've got from a previous document, there's 89,710 people, of which 71 responded, which is 0.079%. But in our document, all the percentages are worked out to impress people with the percentage of people who supported or didn't, based on the 71, not based on the population. It's just based on the 71 people that submitted. And I feel that that is grossly wrong and it's bad information. The people did not know or have a clue, nor were they given any documentation in our agendas, on our website, or that this was going to come through. And ironically, it needed the casting vote on a couple of occasions, and casting vote to get the amendment through to the main floor. And then one of the councillors who had spoken in favour of it abstained. So we still have only 7 for and 7 who did not support it on our council, which is certainly not the way to go. I just think that's wrong. And we didn't ask the people the right questions. We didn't, it just didn't happen. They didn't know, and they still don't. So we've got a situation now where it's this huge amount of discontent, which I'm sure you'll get. You know, I get letters like this, you know, the casting vote has ignored the democratic consultation process. Consultation was regarding ward boundaries. I've had that from those same sort of words and things from heaps of others. And I just think that it's wrong to change something that's been working well and supporting all of the people in that outlying area to go at large.
Okay.
Because I ran for mayor once when, with the current mayor, we obviously didn't get offside because she's made me chairman of infrastructure ever since, but the cost and the distance was, I did 15,000 kilometres going around checking the signs over the whole of the district. It's from the Brendurns to Blaine Bay, out to Pipiwai, and all of the coast and all of the inland areas. It is a huge area if you're going to communicate with the people. On a number of occasions, whenever significant things are happening at Whangarei, Oakra, Blaine Bay, or various things, I invite all of the councillors to come to give some support and to recognise the people, what their concerns are. I'm hoping one day that some will come. So why do we presume that in the future, they're going to go and look after all those? Half our population's out of the town, almost. and a huge population comes from Auckland. They have their AGMs between Christmas and New Year at Land Bay, Oaka and Teal Bay. And I've been attending all of those every year because that's when all of the people are there. Who is going to do that? How are we going to get people who are not committed to a district, to an area, to go out there and do the thing? I'm not just a NIMBY for the ward I live in, because I'm the director on the Regional Landfill Partnership, where I've been this morning. I'm on the Regional Transport Committee, the trustee of the Whangarei Retirement Village, and a trustee of the Tutukaka Marina Trust. So I'm spread right across the district. So,
yep, got it.
And Northland. So I just think that people need representation. And a perfect example of what happens with amalgamation and poor representation, which is centralised, is I grew up in Kerikeri, but that's gets good representation. A lot of people get elected from there. Go over to the Hokianga and see what's happening there. That's the test. Good Christmas trip, actually.
Okay,
so
thank you.
We've got some questions.
Okay, so just need to make the observation for purity. It's not the Commission's role to comment on the process that you finally settled on in terms of the voting protocols. So we won't comment around whether casting votes were used or not. We might want to consider some observations depending on where we land, but in terms of adjudication, that's not an area in which the Commission would engage. So we respect the principles of democracy followed. You ended up with a conclusion that we are now evaluating. So that's just an observation for the sake of purity. So you are a member of the council, you don't agree with that decision, and that's absolutely fine, and you've given us your perspective on the values that you see of a ward system. So with that little bit of an explanation, I'll just go to Commissioners. Commissioner Anea.
Good morning. I've just got one question, and you've made it very clear that you don't support the decision made by council. If the at-large was to go ahead, what is your feeling about community boards?
My daughter's involved with community boards in Auckland, and she finds that she's not on it, but she's involved, and with a lot of the people that are on there with her role at Vision West. And she finds that they have money to spend on small local things, then they tend to get dominated by groups, and they all support each other, and it's very difficult to ever get rid of them, the people that are on there. And they just, whenever they want something serious to happen, they want to go and talk to the councillor. You know, you don't take the groom when you want to find out how a horse is going to run.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from fellow commissioners? We're comfortable. Okay, so we've got the general, the message there, Greg. Thanks very much for your making your effort to submit, and we'll do our deliberations in due course.
Very good. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. The next submitter is Phil House. Is Phil presenting? I can see somebody moving. Brilliant. Give me a second, Phil. I've got to get the right page here. You guys will be hugely impressed to know that right at this minute, I'm dealing with 2 laptops and an iPhone to ensure we don't miss anything. So bear with. Got it. Where is it? Welcome, Phil. You've seen the process. I don't know that I need to repeat it again. You're pretty comfortable?
Absolutely. Good morning.
Brilliant. Welcome. We're in your hands.
Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity to speak directly to you as Commission. So I'll just do a bit of an introduction. So I've just clocked up 30 years of continuous service as representative of the people here in Whangarei. So there's 10 consecutive elections I've been able to get through and been successful. So I've been around a while and I know the process we normally follow on a situation like this. On 3 occasions, I've been elected by council to actually speak to the commissions on representation reviews. And so I've been through this process. Yeah, this is my 4th time. So basically, it comes down to, I echo the words that Councillor Martin just said, by the way. I heard all this presentation. And it comes down to having faith with your residents, and are you telling the right information? Are you providing information to them that they understand, and can they get involved in the process? So we went out and consulted on this ward model, which is everyone's aware of. So there's no talk of going at large. So we consulted on that. And as your commissioners have mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that it's not in your jurisdiction to make a ruling on that, but it has a huge bearing on a number of submissions that come into us, because that is based on 61 submissions we got. The majority were in support of the ward system, not at large. And so it must point out, it's only 10% thought otherwise against the ward system. So I'll just work through the proposal. So this all came about when we reviewed the representation role to fit in 2 Maori councillors on the next election, and that gave council a chance to review the whole electoral system in Whangarei. So at the time, the feeling was to reduce the number of councillors by 1. So we ended up with a total, including the mayor, of 13. And so we had two councillors, and that led to a reconfiguration of the Whangarei electorate into a city away from 2 wards, from Denby and Okara to 1 ward containing 5 councillors in the city, as opposed to the current 7. So when we did that, it's obviously we got caught up in the plus or minus 10%, and council at the time, had we asked our electoral officer, Dale Skofsky, to actually apply for an exemption, we could have probably got through an exemption to fit the boundaries in. A lot of the confusion came when parts of a former electorate was added to another boundary, added to another one. In the case of Karma being added to Whangarei Coastal, etc., just to make sure we complied with minus 5%. So as the process went through, we got the feedback, and we made a decision, the council made a decision to go with at-large decision on that 7/7 vote. Generally at council, you have a right of reply by a notice of motion that we usually do internally. In this case, we did not have that ability to do so. There was enough councillors that would have signed a notice of motion to come back to make sure we reviewed that decision before we went to the commission. And in this case, we had to go straight to you as a commission. And I find that a bit abstract, because in the past, this type of process that is available to us. And so when the 7/7 vote in place, obviously on a casting vote, general procedure is you stick with what you've consulted on or what was in front of the public. And I felt that the casting vote should have supported what we went out on consultation, which was ward system. So one of the major things is, like I said, I've been here for 30 years now, and so just got in here a couple of years after the last amalgamation in 1989, and that amalgamation is a major amalgamation between the city of Whangarei and the rural areas of Whangarei County Council. Under those agreements and under the transition of those committees, there's a transition committee put in place to make sure that rural representation remained strong in the Whangarei district when they went to a Whangarei district. That transition committee instigated that the ward system, well, they mentioned it as recorded that the ward system would be retained in the Whangarei District Council. And now we're suggesting we're wiping that with no consultation to our public. No consultation at all. And the commission, you'd have all the records, all those meetings. You can go back and trawl through the history and find That is one of the main discussion points the county council had with the city of Whangarei. And so that is one of the why the ward system is so strong. I spent 27 years representing the Bream Bay ward, which is south of Whangarei, from east of the city all the way to the Bundoora Hills. Probably the most wealthy ward in the country as far as activity goes. And we used to have an oil refinery that was operation. We've got the port. We've got Golden Bay Cement, the only cement manufacturer in the country. We've got Winston Quarry, one of the biggest quarries in the country, etc. So it's a massive area. And as a ward councillor down there, the community has huge faith in the local councillors providing information to them. And a lot of businesses that are set up in that Marsden Point industrial zone rely on the local council to give them information to do with their planning. They expect their council to be knowledgeable. And in fact, they're very, very loyal back to the councillors. And most of the councillors, the current councillor there has been there for, he's been there 15 years, or probably going on 18 years now. And her and I represented that community for that length of time. So they don't roll the councillors over like you do with an at-large system. And one of the pleasing responses we've got is when they set business up, we often get emails or letter of thanks from those business community about how knowledgeable we were, how much time we saved them, how much money we saved them. And it was great to have local contact. And we've even got an office, Whangarei District Council has got an office in that Bream Bay area. And that highlights the need for having that rural representation, having the ward system. So just recapping, we've got a system that works with people that understand. We readjusted everything to accommodate Maori wards. That's fair enough, because that's across the country. And that's so the plus and minus of where we had the problem. And that's what created a bit of doubt amongst councillors on the final day when they voted. They felt part of their district, part of their ward has been put in another ward and vice versa. And that led to the 7-all vote. So in my time here, we've always supported the ward system, and we've actually tweaked the boundaries. We've made a separate Whangarei Heads ward. We combined Hikurangi with the Northern Coastal ward to cut down the travel, so that the councillors like Councillor Martin representing an area like that doesn't have to go right through Whangarei to the other side of his ward. So we've tried to fit that in, and generally it's worked successfully. And Councillor Martin has been elected 6 times because of his knowledge there. So they get out, they're seen, people respect the work they do, and they get elected accordingly. At large, personally, at large, bring it on, because I reckon I could spend $1,000 and get re-elected, because I've been here a long time. People recognise what I've done over the years. And in the last election, I changed wards from Bream Bay to Akara to a city ward, totally different ward systems. And I was successful in being elected there. So it becomes very much a name recognition exercise when you go more centrally into a one model system, a one at-large system. And that is a real danger, because it's not that long ago in New Zealand politics, in one council they had 3 councillors in one street. And that's what a lot of our ratepayers and residents are afraid of. It become too centralised, the rural representation will be lost. And as Federated Farms, I felt they spoke really well this morning about everyone in our community should have equal representation, and they should have access to the councillors. And I feel that our rural councillors have been extremely fair, but they do, and I can say this honestly, because I've been a ward councillor in the Bream Bay ward. It's a mix of rural and industrial and residential, but I've moved into a city ward. The workload, particularly at night in a rural ward and over the weekends, is probably at least 50 to 60% higher than what you get in the city ward. So there is a huge.
I need to stop there, otherwise we're going to go over time. Can I just need to ask in the right of reply to the council to comment one on the process that you went through. There was some pretty strong criticism of process by this submitter. So I'd be keen to get clarity around, was that process as pure as you would have liked it? And the second point is, and maybe that's where Dale can kick in, the comment made about the plus or minus 5% on the original proposition that you had, where you felt you couldn't make that land. I'm pretty keen to understand what was it that was making it difficult to land, because I'm not sure I know what the percentages were. So in the right of reply, if they could be picked up, that would be helpful. Questions from, if any, from commissioners? Commissioners are happy with what you've heard? You've read the submission?
Sorry, can I just check that I've got this right? That on the council meeting on the 31st of August, the council agreed to the initial proposal.
Yes.
31st, was that out?
And
when is that final? I haven't got that in front of me. 24th of June. 24th of June, council went out and agreed to go out with the water system.
I understand that, but they considered those submissions on the initial proposal on the 31st of August.
Yes. Yes.
And the officers had asked a question about community boards, and the council said no change to the initial proposals, therefore no community boards.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, maybe it's a question to council, just to following up the chair. Given that then on the meeting on the 7th of September, where the council made a final decision about what the arrangement should be, that's at large and so on. During that discussion, was there any discussion about community boards? Was there any proposal by anybody to discuss community boards?
Not at that time.
No. I'm happy for you to comment, but I've got one last bit to the question. Was there any discussion about community boards? Was there any proposal? Was there any discussion? And if so, why did you come to the view that meant that why did the council come to that view? So it's a question for you and a question for council.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no other questions, Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Holmes, do you wish to make any response to that question?
Well, generally, the feeling was at council that the elected representatives currently in ward system are representing the communities adequately and very well. There's been no interest in community boards in the Whangarei District Council at all, since I've been here in the last 30 years.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? We're all good. Councillor, I've been in local government too long. Commissioner Anea.
Just a quick question. So if you obviously are not supportive of the at-large, which I have got that very clearly, if the at-large was to remain, should there be community boards?
In my mind, no.
Because
it's just another layer. It's just another layer of bureaucracy that people don't need, and we're trying to refine it and get away from that sort of stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can conclude that engagement, Phil. Thank you very much for the observations that you've made. We'll deliberate in due course.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now before we go anywhere, we've managed to get Mary back on the line, I believe. And I'm really keen to, if we can, as a courtesy, just pick that back up.
Sure. So it looks to me like Mary has joined us, so I will just bring her into the meeting, and you might like to, mention what happened after she dropped out in terms of having a couple of follow-up questions.
Sure.
Hopefully Mary will join very shortly. We might be taking her by surprise, of course, because she may have just been sitting quietly enjoying the experience.
While we're just cogitating there, I mentioned earlier on that I'm sitting in my office here with 2 laptops and an iPhone. I neglected to mention that behind me is my wife's computer that's pinging away, sending messages. And so, it's quite an interesting time at the moment. That's filled a gap. Mary? You did speak to Mary offline, Penny?
No, I wasn't able to. Mary just
okay.
rejoined the meeting, and I saw her show up in our list. So I'm hopeful that shortly she will be unmuted, and I'm not sure what the video situation is, but even if we can just have a conversation with Mary, that should get you the information or answers to the questions, hopefully, that you have to ask.
Sure.
So just give Mary a minute to hopefully unmute.
I don't know that we'll go for quite a minute, but anyway, Mary, are you with us? Mary, are you with us?
I am here. I don't know whether you can hear me or not.
We can, Mary.
I am with you.
Fantastic.
Yes.
That's good. That's good. Do you have any ability to be able to press a button that allows us to see you, or is that a button too far?
It's a button too far.
Okay.
I'm not IT.
No.
I'm not an IT person.
Okay. Stay as you are. I just want to respond, if I can, to your your submission, and to your verbal presentation today, because it is a courtesy that we need to acknowledge, because there is a particular point that you raised that the commissioners are asking the council to respond to in their right of reply, and I just want you to know that we picked up on your observation around the electoral process, FPP or STV. So we have asked the council in their right of reply to give us some commentary around what they may or may not have considered in that space. And that's the particular point that I wanted to pass on to you. Fellow commissioners, we're comfortable with all the other points that you identified, and I'm reconfirming they clearly read your submission in advance.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for participating, and enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you,
Thank you,
for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Ka kite. Okay.
Ka kite anō.
Okay. Fantastic. Rightio. I think we can now move to our next submitter, who's Frank Newman. Now, I understand Frank's online, not coming into the office, so that's fine.
Yes, that's correct. Frank's with us, so I'll just bring him into the meeting now.
Okay, perfect.
Any minute now.
Mr. Chair, I noticed in our agenda that Frank is down as representing multiple agencies. Is that still the case today?
Yep, you're ahead of me, Commissioner Bigham. Well done, you.
Thank you. Brownie points. Well done. Thank you, Penny.
So welcome, Frank.
Morning.
Morning, welcome. Nice to see you. So just for formality, we will confirm that Frank is speaking on representing four organisations. One is himself, and then the Landowners Coalition Incorporated, Better Whangarei, and Democracy Northland. So we're not going to be so generous as to give you 10 minutes on each. We're looking for the summarised version, but we have allowed extra time to make sure that we don't shortchange anything. So if you're happy, Frank, if you don't mind going through in sequence, your individual, then the landowners, then Better Whangarei, then Democracy North, and that might make it fractionally easier for us, or you just may have an overview. I'm happy to hear what your observations are.
I think it's best that I just pick up the key points from each of the submissions, because although each submission is different, there's a bit of commonality. So basically, I'm just going to summarise and go through, and I think you can accept it as being from all four.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
A little bit about myself. So I am a former councillor, 2 terms on the Whangarei District Council.
I represented the area from Whangarei Heads up to Bland Bay in the north, Whangamungu, and that was the coastal ward. It was actually during my second term on council that the Whangarei Heads was actually divided off into its own ward. And that was because there's a strong sense of community there, and they wanted to ensure that they were never without representation. So that became a single member ward. In terms of the organisations that you mentioned, in total there's about 1,200 supporters / members of that group, just to give you a sense of scale. I thought I'd just summarise briefly why we believe the ward system should be retained, and I saw 8 core or key reasons for that. The first one is the community has not expressed any desire for change. In fact, there's only 6 submissions that's been mentioned that have preferred the at-large option. Secondly, there's no obvious reason for the need for change, and the Mayor mentioned the only reason that I have seen for the change is one the Mayor mentioned, and that was to increase diversity. I actually think the council is very diverse now, and there's no statement as to how it would become more diverse under an at-large proposal. The third reason is that local communities, in my view, are likely to lose their representation. Fourthly, the council never asked the community to express a view on an at-large board, and had it done so, I believe our members would have en masse objected, and there would be many hundreds, possibly thousands of submissions against an at-large ward proposal. They were never given that opportunity. Fifthly, I believe that it's likely to result in less community interest in local affairs and lower voter turnout. I believe councillors are more likely to become what I would call professional councillors, and by that I mean they're more likely to focus on governance as opposed to representation. So at the moment, it's actually quite a strong system of community representation, as Councillor Greg Martin alluded to. And seventhly, it'll make voting, in my view, more complex. And lastly, the cost of campaigning, in my view, will be prohibitive. And I'd like to mention a little bit more about that shortly. I just want to make a point, though, that I think everyone accepts that councillors, they swear an oath and they must act in the best interest of the community at large. But I think that's missing the point. The role of a councillor is actually to speak on behalf of their community of interest. How they vote is actually quite another issue, but it's absolutely imperative that they have someone to speak on their behalf. When I was on council, there were about 5,000 electors in the ward, and I saw my role as summing up the attitude of those electors, that community, and representing that community around the council table in the strongest possible terms. And that's where I believe the strength of the ward system is. It's in having a voice, not only to put to the councillors. I just want to talk briefly about the campaigning costs and how difficult it would be to campaign for a ward, for an at-large ward. In fact, there'd be about 60,000 electors if an at-large ward proposal were to be accepted. Now that's pretty large, and the wards themselves range between 4,600 and 19,000 electors. That's the current wards as they are. So 60,000 electors. Now that is a huge cost and logistical barrier to canvass 60,000 people. It's very, very difficult. In my view, you'd need around $30,000 to $40,000 to campaign on that sort of basis. And that is simply not affordable to most people. Clearly, those who have discretionary funds, it's an advantage, or those who have financial or logistical support to mount a campaign, namely a political party behind them or a group, they would have an advantage. And the result, in my view, is that we're likely to see an introduction in the local body elections in Whangarei of political parties, and we've been free of that up until now. And the feedback that I have from our members is that they certainly do not want party politics to interfere in local bodies. Now, I think it's actually pretty obvious to say that the cost to campaign to reach 60,000 electors is a lot more than, say, 5,000. I think that's pretty obvious. But to prove the point, I went to the Hutt City Council that has got a unique situation in that it has 6 members elected at large and 6 from 6 single member wards. So basically what I did is had a look at the election expense returns for the ward candidates and compared it to the at-large candidates. And it should be no surprise that the cost of campaigning in the at-large ward was twice the cost of the ward returns. So that it just states the obvious, really, that it's going to be quite expensive. And my point is that you really take election out of the reach of good meaning folk who would be very good representatives, but do not have the resources or the organisation behind them to actually mount a campaign. In my view, it would simply become too difficult. I then looked a little bit larger and said, well, of the 67 councils in New Zealand, how many have an at-large voting system? And there are only 12, in fact, of the 67 that have election at large, and many of those had community boards to give the local body representation. There were about 10 that were elected at large and didn't have community boards, but they tended to be very small councils, less than 4,000 voters. Now, just to put that into perspective, there were 5,000 electors in the ward that I represented. So the size of these councils are actually smaller than the wards in Whangarei. So that just shows, in my view, that you do need to retain that strong sense of community. The outlier, and I should mention this, is Palmerston North City Council that elects, I think it's 15 members or 12 members at large. And I'm going to mention a little bit about that outlier shortly. I think we can conclude that most councils around New Zealand represent or realise that localised communities retaining community representation is a very high priority. Hence, they tend to have the ward system or community boards. In my view, the Whangarei District Council hasn't given sufficient regard to the community of interest, which I believe is very strong. And I think there are actually very, very clear and distinct communities of interest in Whangarei. And I think you've mentioned that from the two councils that have just spoken to you. They're very pronounced, I think, in my view. And they're so pronounced that the staff report to councillors referred to the plus minus 10% rule for when it was considering the boundary adjustments in the Okara, in the Denby and coastal wards, Hikurangi wards. And it actually recommended the exemption rule in the Act, Section 19 of the Act, be applied and recommended a 20% variation. And here are just some of the comments from that report, the staff report. They said the physical, geographical and topographical features differ significantly. This is in the ward. They said the issues faced by the urban area of Kamo and the rural area of Hikurangi Coastal differ significantly. They said the services provided to the areas differ significantly. So they went on and made a very, very big point of showing how different the issues are between the communities of interest. You've got coastal, you've got urban, you've got rural, and there are very different issues. In the coastal ward, for example, the main issues that I was dealing with as a councillor were roading, resource consenting, significant natural areas. They were the main ones. Now, I would suggest to you those three areas are largely non-existent in the urban area because it's built up. Quite different issues. The coastal issues and the rural issues are very similar. I now want to just briefly talk about community boards because this wasn't considered by the council. In my view, if you are going to have an at-large system, then you can more or less take it for granted that the at-large councillors will have a governance role and that community boards would have to fill the representation wrong. And if that were the model, then I would suggest you could probably have half the number of councillors. You don't need 10 or 11 or 12 or 13 or 14. Probably 5, 6 or 7 would do the job, and you fill the gap with community boards. But that wasn't considered, and I believe it's far too late in the day to now go back and consider community boards without consultation. In fact, I think the only option really is for the proposal to be tossed out and to really go back with the staff recommendation. I just want to briefly now mention voter engagement. In Whangarei, the voter turnout at the last election in 2019 was 45%. That is actually below the average in New Zealand, which is 49% for all 67 councils. A lot of attention is given to how you improve voter engagement, and quite rightly so. So people are bending over backwards to improve engagement. The question I had was, well, are we going to improve voter engagement with this, or are we going to reduce it? So I went back to the Palmerston North example. Remember, they're the guys that we've got 12 elected at large. So in 2013, when their voter turnout was 43%. After they introduced the at-large ward in 2016, that dropped to 39%. So there's an immediate 4% drop. It's now 37%, one of the lowest engagements in the country. In my view, it's not unreasonable to expect a similar decline in Whangarei for the two reasons: a loss of a sense of local representation, as mentioned before, and greater complexity in the voting system. So I think you'll find that New Zealand Whangarei voter turnout will go from 45% to 40 or 39 within 2 election cycles. The other thing is practicality. If you have one ward of 10 candidates, 10 councillors, you're probably going to get 35, 40 councillors stand for that. I'm not sure how you conduct a meeting with that many councillors. Even at 5 minutes, you're going into 3 hours of speech time. And I really don't think it's very practical to expect people to wade their way through 40 or more profiles to make a decision as to who to select. The reality is that people will probably spend 5 minutes making their decision for local council. Unfortunately, that's the reality. You need to make it as simple as possible. In my view, this is making it much more complex, and people will simply not engage. In conclusion, therefore, I believe the 6th ward should remain as follows, remain as it is. I believe there's no demonstrable reason for the change. The case hasn't been proven. I believe the District Council has not given sufficient regard to the potential loss of community representation prior to arriving at its decision. It seemed to be quite capricious and ad hoc in my view. There was no process for the opportunity for the public to make submissions on the at-large proposal, and I believe the council lacks a moral mandate to make the change. I believe the sense of local community will be lost, and I think some local communities will absolutely be horrified at the change. And I believe it will simply present and create barriers for good people to participate and put their hand up and take the important step of putting their name forward to become a candidate. So that's my submission.
Brilliant, Frank. Thank you. Very well summarised over those 4 papers that we have received and digested. Probably, I haven't got a signal from anybody yet. Can I just highlight in the writer reply from council 3 or 4 areas? So the first one is in the writer reply, I'm seeking, how comfortable are you that a fair democratic process has been followed in relation to your final decision, given the comments that we've just heard. So this is a question to the council in your right of reply to give the commission that sense of comfort about how you got to that point that you got to. Second point is, did the council consider the cost and logistical barriers to campaigning, and how did that reflect the council's desire for diversity? So that's the second question that I've got in looking forward in the right of reply. The third one is that a comment made by Mr. Newman around staff comments. So in the staff comments, there were, and I'll just use the word, various communities had differ significantly. That's the words of the officers, differ significantly. I just want to know, did the councillors support that view or not? Because I just need to understand that in the right of reply, help us to understand how you responded to that observation by staff. And the last one is that what specific considerations were discussed by council as to the impact of an at-large based system based on those highlighted points from Mr. Newman. And some of those highlighted points were the cost of standing, the number of candidates that might be considered, the hall meetings, as an example, the loss of local representation, and in his words, barriers to standing. I think that those 4 areas need to be responded to in the right of reply to give us that understanding or more understanding. And I think it fairly reflects the overarching or the overall observations made by Mr. Newman over those four bodies that that he's speaking on behalf of. So I've done that. I think that's fair to do that. I just need to see whether commissioners have any particular points you want to highlight or critique on anything that I've said. Councillor, please excuse me. Commissioner Bigham, and then Piper.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Newman. Very comprehensive submissions, and your submission today, your verbal submission, I really appreciate your time. So kia ora for that. I was just interested in the comments and the references to Palmerston North as being an area that's gone to at large, and I'm not sure about the numbers, but I'm wondering if there are similar sort of numbers to the Whangarei district. I'm not sure, stand to be corrected on that. But I was particularly interested in the concerns you said had been raised about the potential for party politics to start playing a role in the community there, in your local government space there. Apart from, we know that tends to happen in the bigger cities, in the metros. Have you got any other examples in perhaps councils like yours where you may have seen that playing out? And I'm, just stabbing in the dark, but just wondering if it's such a big concern. Have you got any evidence where you think that's proven your concerns?
Well, it's actually quite difficult to prove, if you like, conclusively, because each of the 67 councils is quite diverse. But I did look at Hutt City. That has a mixed approach of some at large and some wards. And there is party politics creeping in there. And I think the mayor plus 1 or 2 others stood on a political party ticket and actually got elected on that basis. So that's the one I would draw your attention to. It's the only one that comes to mind immediately.
Okay. Commissioner Piper, and then Anea.
Thanks, Mr. Newman, for your submissions. They're very helpful. Raises 2 questions. One's a procedural one, and it might be that the officials or the officers might be able to help. Can you put more than one option up in the initial proposal that goes to the community? No. Okay. That answers that question. And secondly, to the council, in terms of the Māori ward, what discussion was there about whether to have one or two, and why did it fall to one ward with two, well, one ward basically, given, and that's actually given some earlier comments. So thank you, Mr. Newman. And if that second matter could be addressed in the council of reply, I'd be grateful.
Got that. Thank you. Commissioner Anea.
This is just to the council in their right of reply. In the officers' responses that Frank drew attention to, and bearing in mind that one of our key considerations is community of interest, I'd like you to give us a really clear explanation about why in the officers' report communities of interests have been so emphasised, and the importance of being able to go to face-to-face meetings, and yet in the at-large option, there was no explanation given to us or to your community about that community of interest. So I'm really keen that you give us some really good explanation about why your community now is not made up of heaps of different community of interests that need effective representation. Thank you.
Right, we've got that. Frank, thanks for the submission. I think you've got a sense that there's a number of questions that come out of that, so we appreciate the effort that you've put in.
Thank you for your attention.
No worries. Now we know Bruce is not here, so the next number of submitters are at the council chamber, as I understand it. Warren Daniel, Jan Pirihi, Neil McLeod, John Williamson, and Margaret Hicks. And so we'll go from the top and welcome Warren.
To speak, commissioners.
Welcome, Warren. You've seen the process, so you've got a bit of a sense around how it all works?
Look, yeah, I've been sitting here for the last half an hour, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, we're in your hands. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Warren Daniel, and I'm speaking as an individual. I am a retired veterinary surgeon and have lived at Ruakaka for 55 years. I've recently retired after having served for 15 years as Secretary of the Ruakaka Residents and Ratepayers Association. It's an association whose meetings are very well supported. And these meetings include the public meetings we hold for meet the candidates, discussing council long-term plans, or have a say meetings. We probably get the biggest numbers of participants of anywhere within Whangarei district. My opposition to the introduction of an at-large voting system at the next Whangarei district election is extensively covered in my written objection. I firmly believe that the at-large system is taking the word local out of local government. It is at complete variance with the need to consider communities of interest in making decisions regarding the election of the councillors. Whangarei district, as you're well aware, covers a very large geographical area and contains a wide range of diversity within its boundaries: rural, pastoral, horticultural, central urban, coastal urban, heavy and light industrial, commercial, retirement communities, etc. There are a large number of separate communities of interest. Within the bulk of the district's population living within the central urban area, by sheer weighted numbers under the at-large elections system, the majority of councillors will be elected from the central urban section. This will be at the expense of representation from the other communities of interest throughout the district. I think, as an aside, the rural and semi-urban ridings usually have a higher voting participation rate than the city wards. I fail to understand how central urban elected councillors can perceive of and have an understanding of the concerns of the residents of the whole district. For instance, the shopkeeper at Whangarei, the sheep farmer at Whangarei, the dairy farmer at Whangarei, the timber miller at Waipu, the engineering business worker at Ruakaka, or the retiree at One Tree Point. Already we in Ruakaka have to battle the misconception held by some Whangarei City-based councillors that Ruakaka is a small coastal settlement. It was described in the press last week in those terms. Has a population, yes, now has a population of about 5,000, has a significant port, an oil refinery, major wood processing plants, several engineering service industries, and a burgeoning commercial sector. Hardly a small coastal settlement. As a community of interest, Ruakaka needs to be represented by ward elected councillors. I firmly believe that the continuation of a ward election system with locally based councillors will better enable the expressions of the needs and concerns of residents and ratepayers from throughout a large and diverse area, that the various communities of interest will be better represented. The large election system could see, I say could, see the takeover of our district council by sectional interests with substantial financial and political clout. Election of our councils based on wealth, urban prominence, or one-eyed sectional views has to be resisted. Sectional interest could include those having vested business, commercial, industrial, and political points of view, or unidirectional interests such as Greenpeace, etc. It will be election by name or brand recognition. In other words, political parties, the person who has his name in front of the community all the time, for instance, real estate agents, etc. There was in the last election here, I think there was a grouping, I'm trying to recall the name of them, standing on a ticket for the council here, and they didn't make a progress, probably because we've got a ward system. The ward election system allows local candidates with limited financial or other means, but to understand the needs and concerns of their electors to stand. Their personal qualities are likely to be known to many electors, and hence their availability and approachability is likely to be judged in a more favourable light. The candidates' needs and costs, for example, advertising to cover a ward are considerably less than those needed to cover a whole district. This means that those with limited financial means can realistically stand for election in the ward system. Election could become only the province of those who are very social media. I've no quibble with the contention made by some councillors that they are elected to assume a governance role on council affairs. However, I contend that they must not be excused from their obligations to represent the views, concerns and wishes of their constituents of their various communities of interest. A large election system may lead to greater governance opportunities, but will lead to less presentation to council of the needs and concerns of the various communities of interest. At this point, I must point out that the majority of our members of parliament are elected on an electorate basis to better serve communities of interest throughout New Zealand. This means that the diverse need to say the tourist guide in Paihia, the factory worker in Whangarei, the share broker in Whangarei, etc., West Coast coal miner, dairy farmer, Southland, can be better articulated in Parliament by the electoral system. medieval electorate system was watered down by the introduction of MMP. Perhaps the proponents of a large election system in Whangarei district wish to see the abandonment of existing national electorate representation system. Finally, I regret that you are unable to consider and assess the multiple appeals and objections that the Commission has received regarding your processes, including, and I say proper public constitution, but because the public were never given the opportunity to have a say on the at-large voting method. I mean, it seemed to come out of their initial consultation, 6 out of 60 people suggested at-large. And I believe that the public should have been given the opportunity to comment on that. The processes were inherent in the ultimate decision and need deep and searching scrutiny. Finally, thank you for consideration of my objection and for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thanks very much, Warren. I appreciate the overall summary that you've provided there. I just want to check in just to check if any commissioners have any specific questions. I would like, if I could, in the right of reply, just pick up on what seems to be quite a strong point in your submission, where you made the observation that though some would comment that Ruakaka is a small coastal settlement, you don't quite see it like that. And so the question I have back to council is, do you have an example of how the at-large model will provide better representation to that community? So in the decision, when you got to the point of making that decision, I'm keen to understand, is there any record of how the council determined that the at-large model would enhance the representation, for example, that community of Ruakaka? So I think that will try and help just give us a bit of a sense around how the concluding decision finally landed. So there's no other questions from oh yes, sorry, Commissioner Piper.
Thanks, Chair. I only just put it up. I think on that, just to follow on from your question, Chair, I guess the thing I'm grappling with was what changed between the 31st of August and the 7th of September in terms of diverse and effective representation.
Okay, so we'll put that to the council and that can come through when they do their right of reply. Okay. Okay. All right, brilliant. Thank you very, very much. So that's that conclusion, Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll next welcome Jan Pirihi. Kia ora, Jan, welcome.
Thank you.
We're in your hands, Jan.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Jan Pirihi ahau ngā Takahiwai, a small Maori settlement on the southern shores of the Whangarei Harbour. I wish to address two issues in this representation plan. Firstly, district-wide election. This proposal was passed by a decision 7-6 with 1 abstention. Hardly a convincing support for the idea. Cheryl May, the current mayor, believes it will bring more diversity to our decision-making, allowing our community to vote for candidates based on what they stand for, not what ward they stand in. The manifesto states all councillors, whether elected from general or Maori roles, will represent the entire community of the district, and this would allow for more effective, fair, diverse and democratic representation of the district. I think it would allow the council to be stacked by Whangarei city dwellers. If councillors from both roles will represent the entire community, why bother having 2 roles? How can we get to know all the candidates? How will candidate meetings be run? They could be a shambles or become non-events. I can't see Joe Bloggs from Northern Whangarei attending candidate meetings in Green Bay unless he was really keen to get elected. Will councillors have specific areas of responsibility? Will they be allocated to specific district wards? If so, how will they be allocated? By popular vote results or because of specific knowledge of a ward? No, the manifesto states it is because of what they stand for. How does that relate to concern for the lack of streetlights at dangerous corners in isolated rural areas? This seems to be bureaucracy running amok. How can we be sure councillors know and understand the issues of each ward and can represent them fairly? At least with ward elections, we knew what we were getting. My next objection is to the proposal of 2 wards, 2 roles. In 1840, at the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi, Governor Hobson represented Queen Victoria, greeting each chief who came forward to sign the treaty with the following pledge: He iwi tahi tātou, we are now one people. Hobson's pledge to the chiefs laid the foundation of New Zealand democracy: one citizen, one vote, regardless of race, colour, religion or gender. Hobson's pledge, He iwi tahi tātou, that the people of New Zealand were united under the law, is enshrined in section 19 bar 1 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990, which prohibits discrimination on the grounds of race, and Article 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, colour, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth or other status. Sure, we got the one vote, but based on race. Sir Apirana Ngata endorsed this foundation of unity 100 years later, as did Sir Peter Buck and Sir Maui Palmery. Our own greatly respected Northern Kuia Dame Pina Cooper encouraged one people living and working together. These respected statesmen all made the grade, achieving English honours, progressing the interests of Maori people without demeaning themselves or their race. 2 roles is not one people. This proposal is an insult to the district community. What does it say to the people? Maori are inferior. Maori are not capable enough to deal with council matters. Maori are different. They need special treatment. Only non-Maori are worthy of debating council matters separately. It opens the way for NIMBYism. Yes, we give you 2 seats on the council, but that smacks of arrogance. It is divisive, it is racist, and it is a step on the road to apartheid. We are all equal, but some of us are more equal than others. This proposal is an insult to current ward councillors who have served their wards faithfully, some for many years. It demeans their service. What is it saying to them? You have not done a good job. You have not supported your ward. Or worse, you have doggedly bugged the council for problem resolutions for your community issues. Who attends the monthly ratepayers meetings in all the isolated little towns? The ward councillors do. Who celebrates the long-awaited new tar seal in an isolated rural community? The ward councillors do. Who presents, promotes and prods the council to approve all the little things that enrich a specific community? The ward councillors do. Who knows the district intimately and its problems? The ward councillors do. Who knows the local inhabitants? Who is available to them, even in the evenings? Who knows what is going on in their ward? The ward councillors do. A single ward election does not acknowledge the worth of locally elected councillors. In 1940, Sir Peter Buck said, beware of separatism. Maori can do anything that non-Maori can do. Can you see Joe Bloggs from Northern Whangarei, when elected and bogged down with all the Maori and general business, bothering to attend the Mission to Seafarers monthly meeting at Northport, or attend the Christmas market at One Tree Point School, or chair the meeting of farmers concerned about flooded roads and wandering stock? 2 roles is an insult to those Maori councillors who have been elected in general wards against non-Maori candidates. For example, Ngāwaka Pirihi and Henry Kepa. They have been worthy members and contributed to the welfare of the districts they served. They did not need a separate role. 2 roles. He iwi taha tautou, 1 people. I think not.
Jan, can I just say to you what a passionate and strongly articulated message. And I have noted that there are 2 commissioners that wish to comment. So I'll just call on Commissioner Bingham and then Commissioner Piper.
I'd prefer to go first if I may.
Did you get your hand up first? Okay, I missed that. I apologise.
Sorry, Benita. Can I ask? I've been quite upset by this. Are you familiar with Articles 3 and 4 of the Treaty of Waitangi, or Te Reti o Waitangi?
Yes.
So you understand the issues of co-governance?
Yes.
So co-governance suggests co-governance, doesn't it? 2 parties, two people.
United.
I'm making this point. I want to indicate my distress, but I also want to remind all of us that the legislation there is a small step to affecting co-governance at another step, affecting co-governance at local government area.
Yeah.
There were comments about the board at large and so on. I understand them and thank you for those.
Thank you for that observation, Commissioner Piper. Commissioner Bingham.
Well, kia ora, Jan. Tēnā koe, ngā mihi nui ki a koe, tēnei wā, I te koea. Thank you for your time today. I always really enjoy, like Brendan, hearing well-articulated, well thought out and passionate presentations. So I do appreciate your time. I just wanted to make a point of clarification and then perhaps ask a question. The issue of establishing Māori wards has already been decided for this council, so that's not something that is up for debate. What is up for debate is how the representation of that, or how the boundaries might work and how the voting might work, etc. Not the fact that Māori wards may or may not be established. That has That has already been decided by the council. So just wanted to make that point of clarification. My question comes back to, and I was really interested and really pleased to hear the questions that you laid out around who are the people that come to your community, who are the people that listen to your neighbours and yourselves, who are the people that really understand what is happening. And I actually wrote down what you said as a quote: at least with ward elections, we know what we're getting. So do you not see the opportunity, just as a playing devil's advocate, if the council was to have elections at large and the councillors came from across the district, would there not then present opportunities for more people to understand what's happening, more people to take interest in what's happening in your part of the world? Or do you see that being as a too defined and too narrow sort of thing for others to step out of their own comfort zones to come to you? I'm just looking at what else may be an opportunity rather than a barrier.
I think, for one thing, distance between the north of the district and the south of the district would prohibit people from coming to meetings to become known to the locals. Like Joe Bloggs in Northern Hikurangi, I can't see him coming to Waipu for a pre-candidate meeting. And I can't see him coming afterwards when elected, when he's so busy with all council business, to come to the things which our current councillors do. Cheryl Deeming, our local councillor, attends all our district, our ward activities. A great help and really significant in our lives. And she's always there to advise and give us help in our applications to the council. I think ward councillors are so important.
Thank you, Jen. I really appreciate your time today. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Commissioner Bigham. That's helpful. And as you were talking, Jen, you talked about Joe blogs. I was going to suggest that maybe there was a Jane blogs as well, and then you very subtly, well, you didn't subtly, you mentioned that that one of your elected members is of the female gender. So we have that diversity continuing to be considered and explored. Look, thanks for the submission that you've made. We have a process that we have to follow, obviously, and I'll just reinforce again the observations made by Commissioner Bigham in terms of the Maori wards. You know, the decision has been made by the Crown. We don't have a role in adjusting that decision by the Crown. Our role is to ensure that good process is followed, so that at least that part of our journey is established appropriately. So thank you very much for your participation. Right, Neil McLeod. Now Neil's speaking. Neil's represented the Waipu Riding Residents and Ratepayers Association, and also speaking on his own account.
That's correct. Just can I take the mask off?
Sure, Neil. Yes. Whatever the protocols are in your, yep.
Okay, thank you. Everybody's agreeable, so that's fine. Yeah, my name's Neil McLeod, and I also I'm representing on behalf of the Waipu Ratepayers Association. My background is that I served on this Whangarei District Council for 6 years, sorry. And I was also a member of the Electrical Registration Board, which is a government appointment, for 11 years. I've had experience in governance and right across the field within the community and with outside the community in the School Trustees Association of New Zealand. You've got a copy of my original objection to this, and you would have read it. I've got nothing in writing. I'm just going to sort of ad-lib this as we go. I noticed that all 4 commissioners come from councils where there are wards, and in my estimate, a good thing for the word local is that they've got local community boards as well. So that's the sort of depth that I'm speaking from, because I believe once you centralise that is proposed by this council, then you lose the word local. Waipu Ruakaka, the ward, Green Bay ward, is deemed on a lot of council listings as small community. I would let you know that it's probably the fastest growing community in the Whangarei district. When I was back on council, they were talking around about possibly 500 people or less a year coming into it. Now they have probably 300 to 400 dwellings a year coming into it. Massive imports from Auckland. So we're constantly growing out there. And I would suggest, even though council statistics show that the population growth does not adhere to it, but under the present regime, there possibly could be 3 ward councillors out there because of the growth. But it's not only growth in population, it's growth in industry, it's growth in cultural aspects, it's growth in schooling. And these are the things that people, common people, I'll use the word, want to have an input into. And I will give you an example of what happened when I was on council, and you have a member of that particular council here, Councillor Holtz, who was on there, and Craig Brown at the time. The Northern Port was going ahead. And they determined that there should be a highway because of the amount of traffic. And the transport agency at the time decided to put a road through. Now, the site where they were going to put the road, the designated site, was fine until a couple of local farmers came to a ratepayers meeting, who were members of that ratepayers association, and said, "Why are you putting it on peat? We know that there's a sandstone pan that runs all the way through there." Now, that information wouldn't have been available if we were governed, if you like, by people from Whangarei, because the local knowledge wasn't there. And also in part of that highway was that they put an overpass in it, because the locals said, we're a split community, and if you put that highway in, you're going to have to put a crossing in. So the local councillors with the local ratepayers said, here is a spot that you could put an overbridge in so people don't have to cross a state highway. And that is local. And I would suggest that maybe that would not have happened if it was centralised.
Okay.
I've done a fair bit of research, and you'll all be familiar with the concept of community interest. And I think it's on your website. Okay, it was written by Australians, but the sentiment is there. The community needs to have an input, because if the community does not have an input, they lose lack of interest, arrogance, apathy, don't want to take part. And I would suggest, I heard one or two of your questions about what would happen if you had election at large. I would suggest that the people in the rural areas, or likes of the wards, if they didn't know somebody, they won't vote for them. And I'm not saying locals won't stand up and be counted, but at the same time, if you've only got 3,000 people in a community and you've got another community at large with over 8,000 people in, what are the chances of the 3,000 people getting who they want elected? Unless, of course, you might have been an All Black, you might have been an astronaut, you might have been a physical scientist. You know, it's all about who you are, how you present yourself, or how an organisation presents you in a lead up to an election. And that's why local people standing in their own ward present themselves as they are and as they are expected to be. And I would suggest there is a more, what's the word I'm looking for? More understanding of what the locals need and respect of what the locals need. I mean, I could go on. I've got documentation down here, but if you got any questions, just ask me. I do ramble a bit, as these people all know. That's me.
Well, I'll stop you there then, Neil. That's fine. Look, no, thanks for the observations that you've made. I just want to check in to see from commissioners. Commissioner Bingham has got a question.
Hi, kia ora. Thank you, Neil. It's always good to hear from former elected members who have a different perspective potentially to the rest of your community. So thank you for your time today. I just noted in your kōrero there referring to Ruakaka potentially being the fastest growing district or fastest growing part of your district. But in your submission too, you talk about the council published in its future growth plan, the risk of diverse coastal and rural settlements being affected by climate change. What's your opinion of that, and how accurate do you think your statements stack up compared to what council's trying to talk about the future of your district?
In relationship to climate change? Yes. Or in relationship to the increase in numbers? Because, well, I mean,
A bit of both, because basically if the council is saying it, you know, they might not be supporting growth in the area like you're saying is happening if they acknowledge that there's a climate change risk. So just wanting to get your take on all of that.
Okay. Climate change I go along with. I don't know whether you watch Time Team, which is a TV program. Sorry to diverse, but it answers your question. Time Team is a program where they dig up parts of Britain and find out what happens, or what's happened over the centuries, right back to the Iron Age, right back to the Stone Age. And in doing so, they do archaeological digs that show them what the climate was like over those periods of time. And what they actually show us is that over those periods of time, the climate's changed. One way, back the other. One way and back the other. And we're in that period of change now, and we have to live with it. But we also have to have an input from the experts, the regulators, and also the people who live there. Because they want to tell you whether they're going to be on the beach, and those people who want to be on the beach and you get a 1 metre rise in 15 years, they suffer the consequences, but they know about it. And it's all about the local. So the other part about your question too, and it says there's 36,000 people, a population in the diverse coastal and rural areas. When you take into consideration, I think it's 83, I'll have to ask the councillors, I'm not too sure on that figure, but isn't that over a third of the population who lives in that will possibly not be represented?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bigham, you're happy with that?
Can I just ask the council in the right of reply, if I may, Mr. Chair, if we can get some sort of idea as to where they see that projected growth that Greg mentioned in his opening statements, around the 1.5% over the next 30 years, where do they see that happening, or where are they planning for that to happen in district plan stuff?
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Just can I just make one more point about you suggested that how would the district evolve? A lot of the district has evolved through developers, and a classic example of that was the Whangarei District Council did a 5-year structure plan for the Ruakaka area, and on that plan was designated a industrial development area of up to level 4. Now they've got residential areas in it because a developer came in and wanted the retirement village in there.
Okay. Commissioner Piper, you done? No.
I'm all good. Vanita's done my work. Thank you.
Okay, right, brilliant. Okay, so Neil, thank you for the observation that you've made. Thank you for those, the work that you're doing, and you'll see there, we've got a question to go back to the council for right of reply later on. So we'll see where we land. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. We've got Mr. John Williamson. John, yep. John. Welcome, John. You've seen the process so far, so we're in your hands for you to give a summary of the observations that you've made.
Thank you, commissioners and commission staff. Thank you for the opportunity to make a submission on the final decision of the council relating to representation review. Just to give a little bit of background, I've been a resident back here since 1975 at Whangarei, and spent 3 terms as a Whangarei district councillor, 1 term representing the rural ward and 2 terms representing an urban ward. I consider I probably have a reasonable nose for what's going on within the community and within the way local government works, and consider the proposal that's been put before you as appalling in relation to the way that council has worked in the past and the way the ward system has worked in relation to help the district works overall. Just in relation to a little bit of history, the Whangarei district formed in 1989, an amalgamation of Hikurangi Town Council, Whangarei County Council, Whangarei City Council, and at that stage it was considered to be an amalgamation made in heaven, if you like to believe that, because of the strong urban population, a decent sized city, and a strong rural and coastal population around it supporting that. So this is a district, and the representation arrangements at that time were appropriate to that, where there was an urban split and a strong ward system around the city, which made that system work. It's in a growing district such as we have in Whangarei. It seems to me that we need to be fully informed about how things work, and that as you know, we've got a diverse population in terms of demographics, where people live, their particular economic status and their infrastructure requirements, and those across the district need people who represent those areas in the district to be able to represent those views to council. I think it's an appalling statement to make that Whangarei, communities of interest are limited to Maori and everyone else, and that does not represent the way Whangarei is. There's nothing to say about Maori representation. It's everything to say about the way the ward system works. And a ward councillor, when they're elected, have two roles. One is a representation role by those people who have elected them, and the other is a governance role. And they work together in relation to the matters of the district as a whole, big infrastructure factors, and make decisions based on the interests of the district. But when it comes to interests of individual communities, then they represent those individual communities in relation to council. And perhaps if I could give you a number of different areas where the ward system has worked, and the ward councillor has brought those issues to the council for deliberation and decision. The Ruakaka sewage system, for instance, raised by council, marshalled through by the ward councillor and staff, so the successful outcome exists. Footpaths, raised by Kitione Road. I know Councillor Innes is passionate about that. Russell Road, Austin Road, Glenbervie, all raised by the ward councillor as needs of the community, from the community, and brought to council for decision. Public toilets in Kamo and Pakaraka and Poroti and Whangarei, all raised by ward councillors, bringing the needs of those communities to council for decision. Roads being sealed. Now, it's not very often that an urban councillor becomes particularly interested in unsealed roads. And that's where the rural ward councillor knows about what's going on in their district and brings those needs to it. When about 7 or 8 years ago, when we had an increased budget which was unsubsidised for sealing of roads, it was left to the ward councillors in those rural districts to sort out the priorities and where and when those roads should be sealed. And the urban councillors had nothing to do with that. In relation to consultation meetings, the ward councillor, in association with council and the community, such as long-term plans, such as plan changes, such as local issues, will be coming to council and bringing those issues out to the public as well. Things like community magazines, for instance, they become the vehicle of a local community who then takes the views of that community and promotes those through the council. The ward councillors are represented within those community organisations and have a say within that, and they become the vehicle by which those views are both communicated to council and back to that community. Things like retirement complexes, and Neil McLeod represented that. There's in Waipu and Nungaroo and Mangakaromia, there is retirement complexes which the council has a responsibility for, and those needs are brought from those communities to council for consideration. Issues like community facilities. at Poroti and Ruakaka and Whangarei and Waipu. All of those needs both are brought to the council from the ward councillor, and you know, in most cases those are supported by council. The wider ratepayer supports those. So at large,
that you're supporting the principles of wards.
Come again?
I think we're getting a pretty strong message that you're supporting the principles of wards.
Absolutely. I'm glad you've taken that up, Commissioners. But the at-large type of it does not cut it in that respect. And again, if you get to the election process, you know, if 10 say we've got 10 or 12 or how many councillors are to be elected, and you've got 30 say applicants, they have to make their message to the whole of the district as opposed to the specific ward that they are proposing to represent. You know, things like canvassing and public meetings and where you fit on the alphabet is interesting. It's interesting that I was the only one in the latter half of the alphabet on the last council that I was a member of. That's not for your consideration, but it's certainly something that I felt as a person in the lower half of the alphabet. So to change the ward system is wrong.
Got it.
The number of seats is also an issue, I think, which you need to be considering. And it seems to me, as we've got a growing district, we should have more ward councillors rather than less. And if someone's afraid of using a deciding vote, you know, then an even number of councillors, say 14, would be an appropriate number to be representing the growing needs of Whangarei district. Assuming that we have 2 Maori councillors, then a split between 6 rural and 6 urban councillors would seem to be appropriate. And it doesn't seem to me that there's anything wrong with the way that the current ward system in the urban sense is split now. So you know, I am absolutely in favour of continuing the ward system it is now. There seems to be no particular reason, no valid reason, no compelling reason to change that. The likes of more efficient and more diverse and all of that is, you know, certainly hasn't been promoted to be able to make anybody convinced that the system is necessary. So, final decision, it seems to be made ad hoc and is quite inappropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Bigham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, John. Thank you for your time today. You may have heard me mention to Jan, I'm not sure if you were in the room at the time, but our job today is not to revisit the decision that has already been made by the council to establish Māori wards. That's something that sits outside the scope of our work today. That's a decision that was obviously worked through and made democratically by your council at the time. Our job today is to look at how that representation may play out as it stands across the district. And quite rightly, you've given us your opinion today about supporting retaining the ward system. I also posed the question to Jan about the possibility, would it not be a possibility that if the decision of the Commission was to support the Council's recommendation to go at large, would that not proffer some opportunity for those wider and more diverse communities to have more councillors taking an interest in their activities, to have more councillors working together collaboratively to achieve those wider community goals rather than just relying on the 1 or 2 who have to go into a council environment and go to bat for their area? Just playing devil's advocate and thinking what you may would like to know what you might think of that.
I could ask that question, but is that your position, or is that a genuine question?
No, that's not my position. That's a genuine question. We're here to questions, to tease out some more opinions, to see what what other views may be. So just making quite a categorical statement that is not the position of the Commission, and I would never do that. Just playing devil's advocate, trying to get some more thought around the process.
Look, I mean, the question about that is how do those people who've got this diversity then get elected? You know, if you have say 70,000 electors and 10 requirements, 10 councillors and 30 people who are up for election, how then do they get elected? Because if you're trying to do an election campaign across 70,000 people, it's significantly more costly than getting to a ward which might have, for instance, 18,000 electors, which was the last one I represented. So it's a matter of cost. And if you're looking at diversity, if you've got deep pockets, I don't think that is particularly diverse, or if you've got specific interests that not a lot of people are necessarily interested in, you've got a need to have, I think, a wide interest, a wide background, and a reasonable feel for what your community needs. And I have no belief at all that could be accomplished with an at-large cross-council electoral process.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to Commissioner Piper.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for your submission. Looking at your suggestion of a split 6 councillors urban, 6 councillors rural, would you see the use of would you see that would the rural area need wards within that number, in your view?
Oh, yes, I mean, I think the way that the rural wards are, rural and coastal, I consider it, rural and coastal wards are split now, is a very good way that you reflect those interests. You've got strong rural wards in Hikurangi and Whangarei and Mangatapere, and diverse wards in coastal Hikurangi, Bream Bay and the Ruakaka ward. So you've got the diversity there, and they're clearly able to be identified. There's a few problems around the fringes. We recognise that, trying to fit the plus or minus 10% is an issue. But it seemed to me that throwing the baby out with the bathwater because it's just a bit too difficult to fit everything in seemed to be the wrong approach.
And do you see any use for a division into wards in the urban area?
Yes, I do. Having represented an urban ward, there are two. There's a reasonably, the boundary is a little bit difficult to identify, but you've got clear communities in the current urban wards now. You've got a clear community in Kamo, which is growing, significantly growing, with a retirement community there. Clear community in Tukipanga, again growing, but a different socioeconomic balance. And you've got in Opara, you've got Onaraki and Manu, so you've got quite diverse, and the CBD also includes Okara. So you've got quite diverse and different urban requirements and urban potential representation across that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're done. Commissioner Bigham, you've still got your hand. Are you done? No, you're done. Okay. So, John, thank you for your submission and your observations. You clearly have a significant knowledge or history of the area, so appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we've got 2 more to go. Margaret is next, Margaret Hicks. Now, there was a message somewhere. There's something else being, just help us, Penny, something else has been sent.
Sure. So just to let the commissioners know that Margaret has provided some additional material today, and the officers at the council have scanned that and emailed that through to me, and I've forwarded it on to you. So hopefully that will be in your inbox.
So
just wanted you to know that it was there.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, as you know, my name is
just hold on for a moment, if you don't mind, Margaret. Just 30 seconds.
Do you mind if I just printed it off? Do you mind if I just go and grab it quickly?
Yeah, please. Yeah. So just rightio, I see. Okay, rightio, I can see that. So we'll just wait for Commissioner Anea to come back, Margaret. You've seen the process, so we're looking forward to you to sort of summarise the observations that you've already made, and we are confirming we've received the additional 3 pages that you've presented. So we're now in your hands.
I can now get started.
Please.
Thank you. Well, as you know, my name is Whangarei Hicks, and I'm a resident in the parish of Ruakaka, which is part of the Whangarei district. Now, as you know, I submitted originally to retain the present wards and their boundaries and to keep the same number of councillors plus 2 extra Maori representatives. Therefore, I obviously oppose the proposed new electoral system. And this is because voter participation has progressively declined in recent years. You know, it was only 42% in the last local body election. Now, I maintain this is likely to deteriorate even more, as with a list of candidates representing the entire district rather than individual wards, the urban voters are likely to dominate, thereby leaving rural areas unrepresented. So you can see this is not just a numbers game, as there is still the need to ensure fair representation for the entire district. And so this means, in my opinion, the ward system needs to be retained. However, this still does not solve the poor voter turnout in the Whangarei district. How is this to be improved? As the present system, quite frankly, isn't working. Obviously, from my perspective, a far more dynamic election campaign needs to be introduced, as merely relying upon the internet and single ratepayer meetings for candidates in each ward is not sufficient. What's more, voters need to be much more aware of the issues involved. How are these to be identified and publicised? Remember, not all voters are on the internet. They're not all well equipped. I appreciate that these are not easy problems to resolve. However, I suggest that there has to be far more face-to-face of candidates with voters than at present. Candidates should not just rely on the local ratepayers meetings, but go out and meet their prospective voters in shops, pubs, clubs, sports venues, anywhere where there's groups of people congregating. The local issues affecting various areas, as well as the district as a whole, need to be publicised far more clearly than they have been in present. And they need to be publicised in the media, by the press and radio. Even hand deliverance of pamphlets could help, although there's cash involved in this respect. In these circumstances, I wonder, should central government provide finance to assist candidates? Otherwise, we're only going to have candidates that are financially well assisted, that they will have all the money to be able to promote themselves, whereas people who are not perhaps so financially able are then at a disadvantage, even though they may be very knowledgeable on certain matters. After all, for democracy to work, people need to participate and need to understand the issues involved. The introduction of the 2 Maori seats, although very welcome and long overdue, is still unlikely to solve the poor participation in the rest of the general population. How Maori candidates are selected should be a matter for Maori to decide. Irrespective of existing legislation, surely all candidates should have Maori whakapapa and identify as Maori if they are to stand for council. Moreover, voters should be registered on the Maori electoral roll. In addition, in order to increase voter participation, I would have thought the introduction of community boards would also help. I can't speak for other areas, but all I can tell you is that in the parish of Ruakaka, few people take the trouble to vote for the local ratepayer association. I mean, you have about 40 people voting when you've got several thousand voters. I mean, it's about 1%. This is ridiculous. It's hardly democratic. With the result that a minority of vested interests have been able to take control with, amongst other issues, disastrous consequences for the environment. Hopefully, a community board that was voted for at the same time as that voted for district councillors would help to improve the situation. Surely the reduction in the number of existing councillors as a result of adding 2 more Whangarei seats will not improve voter participation. Quite the reverse. It will only serve to exacerbate the situation. It is not a case of increasing possible opposition to Māori influence or anything like that, as not all Māori may choose to vote on the Māori roll anyway. Instead, surely, by encouraging more people to vote, the retention of the ward system and improved electoral campaigning, voter participation will hopefully improve. Nevertheless, I must say, I have to speculate as to how much the coronavirus will affect next year's local government election, as this will be the first time that voting will take place during a pandemic. Or will it take place during a pandemic? I mean, we don't actually know what's going to happen by the time the election takes place. Just how well the vaccination program is really working will possibly influence how easy or difficult it will be to organise this local election. But from my perspective, one thing is certain: nothing, not even a pandemic, should be allowed to interfere with the democratic process. After all, the world has experienced pandemics before, witnessed the Spanish flu in 1918, but we still survived even without vaccination. Therefore, I reiterate, everything should be done to improve voter participation. And it's for this reason that I have rejected the proposed electoral system. I mean, I could go on much longer, but I mean, even although it's not down on my actual submission, I mean, at the moment, when you've only got 42% of the population voting, that means all our councillors are only representing, in reality, a minority of their constituents. I mean, what's happened to democracy? Democracy actually isn't working at the moment, and somehow we've got to improve that situation.
Okay, Margaret, thank you. Two observations. One is I have to say I applaud your handwriting. What beautiful handwriting that we've got here. 3 pages. There's not a spelling mistake. There's not a typo. There's nothing. It's brilliant. So I do want to say that. In terms of the principles of democracy, it's not fair to blame the dear old local authority for people not voting.
I'm not blaming them.
No, I know you're not, but
I just want to know, how do we get people off their seats into the election booth? How do we get people to vote?
Yeah, lollipops, I reckon. So look, we can't answer that today. I think the observation that you've made is clear to us, and the principles that you wish to see supported. We'll deliberate and cogitate on that in due course. I just need to check to see if there's any questions from fellow commissioners, and I think we've got the message pretty loud and clear of your views. So thank you for making your original submission and presenting your 3-page summary now, and wish us luck this afternoon as we deliberate through the rest of the day and when we get back to Wellington. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else?
No, you can have the rest of the day off and work out how to promote more people to vote.
Well, I just hope that somehow you're going to come up with ways of getting people into the voting booth, because that's our main problem at the moment. People are participating.
Got it. Thank you, Margaret.
Brendan, can I just offer for Margaret?
Please do.
Margaret, sorry. Not a question, Margaret, more a response to your call for action to let you know that it is a growing concern for Local Government New Zealand that the voter participation rate does keep decreasing election on election, and that it is one of the main work streams for the local government organisation to try to help promote more activity this year with voting. So there will be a whole new campaign trying to encourage people, especially our young people, because they're the ones who are disengaged, to vote. Yeah, so thank you for I will feedback your comments back to Local Government New Zealand as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and I'm really glad to hear that you realise that that's the main problem we actually have.
Absolutely,
Margaret. Okay, team. There's one last submitter, Ian, and Ian's online. Penny.
Yes, Ian is online with us, so I'll just bring him into the meeting now. It won't hopefully take too long for us to get connected, but there will be a small moment of wonder.
Of wonder. I know we're over time, guys, but I think we've given everybody a pretty fair go. So we'll just.
Great, so it looks like Ian has connected into the meeting, and we'll just wait to see if he can come off mute and hopefully on with video, and then we should be good to go.
There we are. That should do it.
Kia ora, Ian. Welcome.
Can you see me?
No, not yet.
I wonder what I should do.
We can definitely hear you.
Oh, there we are.
We can see you.
Good.
The system works. Have you been following the process so far?
Yes, yes, I have.
Okay, so you're familiar. So look, you're welcome. Welcome you, and happy to hear your observations in relation to your submission, Ian.
Thank you. I was most impressed by the last three presenters. It's a difficult issue you have. So my appeal is pretty brief. It relates to the number of councillors and the mix between the number of Maori ward representatives and the general ward members. So it's implicit that I approve the change from multiple wards. And I think in the notes that I received I wasn't really able to speak in favour of that position, but I just want it noted that I approve of it. And my suggestion is that 13 representatives on the council is too many. It's a cumbersome process when I've been involved. It appears to be very inefficient in time commitment by councillors, and I make that observation after 50 years as a solicitor and observing the operation in Whangarei for 45 years. And indeed, I've considered being a councillor myself at times and have been put off by what I've seen. Being on councils a very difficult job. Now, my appeal suggests that the number should go down to 8. I then put forward an alternative of 10. I think 8 is something that you commissioners would find very difficult to accept. And so I won't speak to that. But I do think that having 10 would be a good balance. There are, and I've suggested 2 Maori ward representatives and 7 general ward with the mayor, and that would make a total of 10. There is, of course, the argument that it's better to have an odd number, and so even increasing it to 11 would perhaps resolve that. But my suggestion is, and also it's beneficial to have a reasonable number of councillors to fill the different committees. So my feeling is that it would be more efficient to have a smaller number, and that might lead to, and I don't have knowledge of this, but it might lead to the councillors being paid more because there's more money to go around. But I'm not too sure whether that is the how the funding for council payments is dealt with. So there you are. It's my recommendation is 10.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ian. Are there any specific questions? Commissioner Piper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ian, for your submission. Your kōrero so far has focused on sort of efficient decision making.
Yes.
What about the aspects of representation? And I think all of the last, or many of the last submitters have talked about there's the governance role, which you've addressed, but the issue of representation, you know, there's 60,000 people live in the district. What are your thoughts on that in terms of your proposal? Yes.
Well, it's a strong argument, but I've found that having a ward system doesn't necessarily mean that I have more access to councillors who can represent the views that I want to put forward. I found in the issues that I've been involved with, and I've been very involved in Forum North. The commissioners may not be aware of these, but Forum North, the Hundertwasser Art Centre, and also Ruku Landing. And those tend not to be parochial or local issues. So when it comes to whether I want my roads sealed or not, I hear the argument that it's better to approach a local councillor. When I've wanted something like that, I haven't found the local councillors necessarily to be very responsive. It's more, I think, a general planning process for the whole area, looking at the district as a whole. There are arguments on both sides. I come down in favour of not having wards.
Yeah, because effective representation goes two ways. There's the ability of the resident to be able to contact or discuss with their with a councillor, but there's also the ability of the councillors to be able to be present or to get to residents in a particular part of the district. So it's a two-way, it's a mutual dependency in a way.
Well, the ward system, I think, has been around for
40 years.
Is it 40 years? I think it's been longer, actually, if I can venture that.
But certainly since 89.
Yes. Oh, yes, the current ward system from 89. But as a general principle of representation within New Zealand, I think it's been in existence for about 140 years now. And that made sense when transport was difficult. It was either by horse, buggy, and the roads weren't good. But now I'm able to travel. I'm in the northern part of the district, and I'm able to travel to the southern part in 3/4 of an hour. So transport now has improved that. So I don't think it is such an important issue now, having somebody locally representing me.
Oh, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Ian, I think it's between you and lunch.
Oh, good. I noticed that you have been kept from your lunch. So thank you for hearing me.
So thanks very much for the observations that you've made. We now go into deliberations this afternoon. The council has a right of reply after lunch. So we'll listen to those observations, and then we as commission will set some time aside to deliberate and come to some conclusions in due course. So appreciate your involvement.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ian. Okay, so to the team at the office in Whangarei and to those of us around the country, thanks for the effort to get to this point. I don't apologise for being half an hour late. It's just how it is. We've got a good hour's break now, and can I just as a courtesy, can I just check in, Mayor Cheryl? Is an hour enough for officials to get bits and pieces together for the right of reply, given that we've extended over time at this end? What's the team thinking?
Dan, we are hopeful. I'm looking at my team. I know that they've been beavering away with a few topics already. So we'll eat and work and be ready at 1:30. 2:30.
Yeah. I mean, if you want a bit more time, I mean, we'll flick out and, we make it 2:45 to make it a bit easier. I don't want to overburden you guys.
I see Benita's waving three fingers. I like those 3 fingers, Benita.
Just make sure they weren't around the wrong way. Like 3 fingers.
I mean, I know you've got to have a break as well. So
yeah, exactly. You've got to have a break and have a bit of downtime and not be working through.
Okay. So to be respectful, and I'm winging it a bit, but I think we did allow an hour and a half, and I think we should.
Yep.
So we'll reconvene at 3.
Just one other thing for the council, can I just clarify, Chair, that we've asked them for in the initial discussion of the paper that led to the initial discussion said, look, if you want to go to at large, then you need to have some thought about whether or not community boards are necessary. And there's the question, was any of that work done? And if so, is it available for us as part of the consideration process, given that we don't know where we're going yet?
Yeah.
And
I suppose on to add to clarity there, it may not necessarily be that in the right of reply that the specific answer is provided. It might be that the information can be made available. You might just want to confirm, yes, we can get that and make it available to you. So there's a couple of ways in which we can do that. I'm just really conscious. We've asked quite a lot of questions, and we want to be respectful to what's needed to get those responses. So if it's not actually able to be articulated but can be gathered and provided, I think that's just as fair.
Yeah, that's good.
Thanks, Brendan.
Is that all right? Okay, so
Yeah,
let's
that's
go. Right. Oh, sorry, just from the CEO, from Penny.
Thanks, Brendan. Just to mention, whilst we go away and take our break, the hearing will continue to live stream for the sake of just consistency for all. So as and when you do come back at the end of the break, just do remember that as soon as you turn on your microphone or your camera, that will be going out into the world.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Okay, take a break. See you at 3 o'clock.
Hello and welcome back.
Oh, kia ora, kia ora.
Now that our lovely faces are returning, I'll stop that screen share again so so as to make sure it's not messing with anybody's setup at the other end. And again, just a reminder, as we have been, we're still live streaming.
Yeah. Hey, Linda, that's a stunning effort to get that summary out to us. I'm really impressed. Thank you. Really good. Really good.
Is there, Linda, a discussion? Is there a copy of the debate on that community board issue? Not that you know of.
No, not in the minutes.
Right. Because that would have actually been very useful, wouldn't it, to actually see what their arguments for and against were.
I think that's probably a discussion for later, to be honest.
Janie, you just might want to mute yourself, mate.
Yeah, I will.
I've just been fighting the IRD website looking for the form that you fill in when you want to send.
So
we are live.
I know that. No, but I'm just saying it's quite interesting how it seems to be even less user friendly than the last one.
Lovely weather today, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, not if you were in Wellington.
Right, we've only got 5 minutes, so we're all good.
Was just
Dale, you've been sitting there quietly for a long time.
Yes, I've just been soaking it all in, and I'm making copious notes and referencing your questions and where they can be found and all that sort of thing. So hopefully council's got that covered.
Right.
Very interesting. Thank you for
wondering,
allowing me to share.
just wondering, Brendan, when the Mayor does her presentation, is it possible to get her up a bit closer?
Yeah, we'll try. Yeah.
That would be really helpful if we can.
Yeah, it's really hard, really hard to see.
Just hard when you can't see facial expressions. You kind of feel like they're quite a long way away from you.
Where are you based at the moment, Dale? Where are you?
We're based in Auckland.
Oh, you're in Auckland. Oh,
yeah. Although if you had held it in Whangarei, I could have got my travel exemption. I've already done that once. Got a travel exemption to go out of Auckland, but of course it lifts on Wednesday, which is why I'm able to fly to Taranaki for your Taranaki region. Yeah.
Okay.
Just going to ask that, Dale. I'll see you there. I'll be sitting in the cheap seats with you.
Good on you. Look forward to it.
Sue and I won't be. We'll be there definitely, not in the cheap seats.
And I'll be in the mid-price seats.
Sue, can I just check with you, is your camera working? I just can't remember if I ended up turning it off for you before the break and whether we needed to do anything about it. Lovely.
Oh,
Thank you.
no,
So
here I am. I'm all, no, I went off to do something else. I was fighting another part of technology. That was interesting what Dale said about getting an exemption, I thought. Anyway, lovely to see you, Dale.
Thank
I've
you.
never known you to
Sue.
be so quiet for so long.
Oh no, I was taking it all in. So thank you for your comments. No, I got an exemption because elections are deemed an essential service. So it was only the one day that I got an exemption to attend and announce results for close of voting.
Mayor Cheryl, can you hear us? Yeah, just only just for interest. The great challenge is with the technology is that thank goodness we've got you sitting where you are, but to be brutally honest, we really can't see any facial expressions. It's kind of like we've got the general shape, but yeah, look, that's better. Keep on doing that. Oh no, not the last bit. You are live on national television, so be careful. Yeah, look, that's even that is helpful. I mean, it's really, really hard, eh? Thanks for doing that. That makes a difference. Okay, so we are at 3 o'clock, and if again, Mayor Cheryl, if your team around you need to come in and support or provide extra, don't feel uncomfortable about having them come up. It's going to worry us. So in terms of formality, we're all back on, commissioners and commission staff. And obviously Dale's observing as well. So we know the process now is the council's right of reply. We'll assist if there's any points that don't get picked up. We might want to ask some questions carefully as we go through, but we are in your hands for as much time as is necessary. So pass back to you.
Thank you, Brendan. And can I also acknowledge my sincere gratitude, Linda, for your sending through the minutes, the questions as they were coming through for us to be able to respond. I was frantically writing them down, but you did our work. Thank you. Really, truly, sincerely appreciate that. So if we go from the top, the first question was around the voter turnout, and we pulled together the voter turnout over the last 4 elections. And if we look at the totals, back in 2010 it was 49.74, 2013 47.74, 2016 44.77, and 2019 a little bump 44.98. So we have been consistently falling with and I think that's a reflection of local government elections, unfortunately, over time. We have got the breakdown through the wards as well, which we'll send through, but I think it's probably more of interest for you around the totals. I see you shaking your head there, Commissioner Piper, yes. But I did reflect on the fact that the percentages are higher in our under the ward system of what we would consider the rural wards, and slightly lower in the urban wards. So that was of interest for me to reflect on that again as well.
If I could comment on that, Cheryl, you'll see also that it's high for the coastal, rural coastal wards too. So I think when we look through this, I think you've really got to see that the split between urban, rural is also another split to coastal as well. Thank you.
And that came through in some of the comments from our submitters. The next question, you happy for me to go on to the next one?
Sure.
So in deciding the final proposal, what consideration may or may not have factored in relation to Mary's comments about the electoral system first past the post versus STV? You'll be aware, of course, under the Local Electoral Act, Section 27, we are required to decide on the voting methodology for the next election prior, in actual fact, it was prior to our representation review. So we had made that decision on the first past the post system on the 27th of August 2020. I'd love it if you could overturn that. However, the vote at the time was a 9-5 vote, so it was quite a strong support for first past the post. Again, a sort of a reflection of our community status quo kind of fallback position.
And I think at that meeting, it was vigorously debated as well. So there was good debate around that. Thank you. Actually,
Interestingly, I do recall the discussion at the time was if we went with that first past the post was a better system for ward elections, but single transferable votes are better when you have at large, because then you get that ability to bring in that diversity. So that was discussed at that meeting, I recall, but we ended up with FPP, which of course probably does have a better methodology for a ward-based electoral system.
Yeah, so just the next question there, this would go to Commissioner Anea.
So that kind of leads me to think that you didn't have in your minds at that stage that at large was going to be the decision that you potentially made going forward.
It would be fair to say that we did take into account the potential for a future change in the system from wards through to district-wide. However, at that point, we weren't anticipating really the significant change that we ended up with. But we did consider at large.
The other aspect of that debate was also looking at the simplicity for voting as well, and it was seen as first past the post was a simpler system for voting in terms of papers. Thank you.
So just following up from that point, that wasn't in your mind at that stage. So what was the catalyst for all of a sudden at large becoming foremost in your minds?
So if you go through the timeline for our representation timetable, the choice of the electoral system back in August 2020, that was on the voting system. Then we considered the establishment of Māori wards in October and November, which triggered the representation review in the March of 2021. So that timeline, it would be fair to say in August of 2020, the discussion around whether or not we would be changing our electoral system was not in our minds. We considered it under the voting system because we thought if a representation review came up, would the first past the post be appropriate? But we hadn't then voted on the Māori wards introduction. So therefore we hadn't triggered the representation review.
Yeah, I understand that, but I guess my question is, once you triggered the representation review, what was the problem that you wanted to fix? What problem did you identify that needed to be fixed? And at what stage of the process did that happen?
Through the initial, the informal preliminary public consultation, we asked our community whether they were confident that the system that we have in place currently was meeting their needs. And I think we'll send through the analysis from that preliminary consultation, and we posed the community boards option then, and district-wide or ward-based systems, and that's when we started canvassing those options. Because of the...
well, with the greatest respect, that we have seen that, but with I think some of the key point that some of the submitters made was the fact that you didn't actually highlight that at large was a very serious option that you were looking at. You asked generic questions, and there wasn't, from my analysis, a huge amount of the submitters and the people who responded to your consultation that actually indicated they wanted it. Just help us understand that moment in time where all of a sudden this seemed to be the best way to ensure effective representation of community of interests and fair representation for the electors. Because that's the thing I'm kind of struggling with.
I completely understand where you're coming from, and part of the constraint that we have, as you know, under local government, we are required to go through the processes under the Local Electoral Act, the Local Government Act. So under the Local Electoral Act, we have to put out an initial proposal. One of the questions that was asked was, could we have put out 2? And we would have loved to have done that, because what we wanted from our community was the feedback, real feedback on the two options, because you can see that our council is divided on ward-based system or district-wide. And that came through in the reflection of the initial proposal we had to put out. We landed on putting out a proposal that was ward-based and met the plus or minus 10% criteria. So I really wish the Local Electoral Act had enabled us to meaningfully put out the option of the ward-based as district-wide option, because that had come through in our early consultation. It had come through in our discussions with our communities, that was an option that they wanted us to consider.
So you had the option of actually making that your proposal. Why didn't you?
Yep. Yeah. For the initial proposal discussion, for the debate, we actually put forward an amended proposal, which ends up being the final proposal that we have as an option. It was a 7-7 vote. And at that meeting, I think I mentioned right at the very beginning, I could have used my casting vote for the initial proposal to go out district-wide, and in hindsight I really wish I had, because then we would have heard from the community, rightly so. They're saying they gave submissions on the ward-based system, and we've done an about turn, where in actual fact we could have put out that proposal for district-wide, and we would have heard from our community, and we would have ended up with a final proposal based on the submissions on that. So it would be fair to say that the council vote reflected the community position, half and half.
Sorry, just on that point, I don't know how you can say it reflected the community position half and half when your actual consultation didn't in fact indicate that it was half and half. How did you get to that decision that half the community agree with that and half don't? Because certainly those who have responded in the latest round are certainly not half and half for at large.
You're right. In the early, the preliminary consultation where we asked about whether or not we wanted ward or district wide, 39% wanted ward councillors and 35% had wanted district wide councillors, and 26% actually wanted a mix. It's not going to add up because, you know, people could have multiples. So there were, that was in the early consultation. And when we went out with the initial proposal, because the initial proposal was on a ward based, that's what we got the feedback on.
Can I just ask in there, in terms of that preliminary early consultation, what form did that take?
That was we put out some documentation. We went to community hui, we went to, we had it online, and we ended up having 212 people actually giving us their feedback on that. It was a very high response. We were really pleased with that, to get a sense that we were reading the sense of the community at that point. But that was prior to the initial proposal. We also went to our Te Kāre area, you know, and yeah, so that was the early stages.
You'll also see, Brendan, that the response at that early stage towards community boards as well, which was something that we were questioned earlier on.
Okay. Commissioner Piper?
Just following on from Janie and Nia, I've got the minutes of, I don't know, but it's the minutes where the initial proposal was approved. And a substantive motion was, the recommendation from the officers was very similar to what the recommendation was on the 31st of August. Might have even been exactly the same, not sure. But when I go to the voting, there was an amendment proposed to a ward-based system that said, no, let's have two general wards and one Māori ward. And the vote for that, was lost. It was lost 5-8. That's not a divided council, is it? So what? I guess what happened again, I suppose, between what happened, it was 5-8 and then suddenly it became 7-7. What was the kind of thinking that was going on, do you think, that led to you to doing a one ward and one ward?
So I don't have in front of me the minutes from that. Do you have that to hand? So where's the confusion about the?
It was the same one as the rates. It was discussing rates and stuff. Well, it was the 24th of June. It's with if anybody else wants to look at it, it's with submission 70. I mean, I guess what I'm getting to is, given that there'd been a discussion and given the submissions and so on, just how we went from the initial proposal to the final proposal. I'm just more thinking about it. What was the thinking?
I'm trying to get in my own mind the sequencing and appreciating that, you know, there are lots of documents. So can I just check? Are these the minutes from which meeting? The 24th of June. So on the 24th of June, we were resolving the initial proposal. Yes. So the alternate was put forward and that was lost 8-5. Yes, I see what you're saying. And then the substantive motion was 10-3. And then we had the initial proposal went out and we heard the submissions. and then we deliberated on those submissions on the 31st of August. That was, so the initial proposal went out for the ward-based, the 6 wards, yep. Then we heard the submissions and we did our deliberations, and at that deliberations meeting, the alternate option was put forward, and that was the one that was split. So we'd sort of moved from 8-3 to 7-7 to, in the end, 7-6.
Okay, so I think you've got a sense of what we're trying to dig into to get some understanding. I'll go to Commissioner Anea.
Thank you. It's just, I guess what I think Sue was trying to say was that initially you felt that the community, I'm just looking at my notes here, that the community of interest was sufficient and the geographical distinction in your community required multiple general wards. And I think what we're trying to understand is what changed your thinking? Why did you move from, and all the officer commentary is about how important face-to-face meetings are, that you live in a really diverse community and that communities of interest are diverse, and strongly felt that there's a bit of a feeling that rural people get delivered different services from urban people. So this was all in your officer's commentary. And I guess the big thing for us is there hasn't been any commentary about why all of a sudden all of those arguments are now null and void because you have a whole new proposal. And I think that's the guts of what a lot of the submitters were trying to say today, that their frustration of not understanding. And I guess at this point, we really need to understand what made you change your minds, not how you changed your minds, because that doesn't actually matter, but why you did, and what was the evidence that you put forward that made that change of mind so incredibly important that you did something that was quite unusual from what you'd actually proposed.
The reality is that when we're going about our business as elected members, we hear from our community in lots of different ways. When it comes down to the engagement of a community into formal processes, we may not necessarily hear the full reflection of what we may have heard through the process. So it comes down to that skill and judgment to represent the views of your community. Our officers do a fabulous job of giving the analysis of the written and submissions, and we're required to take that into account when we're making our decisions. And I'm trying to recall the debate around the people who ended up voting for a dramatic change to what we had put out for an initial proposal. And I absolutely accept that your perspective will be that, oh goodness, where did this come from? And that's a very, very good question. And from my perspective, and I can speak from the position of as mayor, we haven't got the other 6 councillors who were present. We've got 1 out of 7. And the debate that they introduced and what they'd been hearing from their communities as well, and also the meetings that we'd been having. So there were probably a number of things that added up to that change, which ended up in the democratic process of voting for a different system to what we would put out in the proposal. So yes, I absolutely can see why you'd be going, come on, convince us that there was something incredibly compelling to end up with a council that chose a different system to what they initially proposed. And part of that was our connection with the communities without that formal input from consultation, so to speak.
Go back to Commissioner.
Thank you, everyone. How many submissions did you get to the initial proposal?
61, I think, from memory.
Okay. In the question...
212.
212.
Beg your pardon. 212 to the informal consultation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And 61 to the initial proposal.
Right. Because I've just been going through the, so I'll stop shouting. I've just been going through the initial proposal, and I got to the question and answer session at the end of it. And the first one is why did the council adopt? And there's an explanation for where council was at that time. The next question is what is meant by a community of interest, and a excellent definition. Was consideration given to councillors being elected at large across the whole district rather than by ward? Yes, is the answer, but this doesn't take communities of interest into account and may not ensure effective representation of our rural and coastal communities. Now, given that 61 people formally, in their formal consultation process, came back to you and 6 of them supported an at-large number, I think it was 6, might have been 11, then again, given that the council had quite a firm and a quite explicit reason why they preferred wards rather than at large, again, I ask, how did, I suppose we're just keep on asking the same question.
Yeah, we are. Look. So I'll cut to the chase a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yes, we are asking the same question, remembering that as a commission, we have a responsibility to work on fact rather than hearsay. And so it's really, really important that we as commissions are able to justify with fact what our decision is. And so we are bound to reflect our decision based on the factual information provided. And on the basis of what we see, what's physically presented to us in terms of factual data, there's a gap. There's a big hole. And so as commissioners, though we feel uncomfortable drilling, we have no option because we've got to be able to articulate in our decision our reason for supporting or not, whichever way we end up. And at the minute, I'm afraid there's a hole, and we just not. And I think the longer we drill in this particular question, I don't think, to be fair, we're going to get much further because, as Mayor Cheryl has said, that it looked like there was a change in stance by what people heard. Well, what was heard and what was presented in terms of formality is different, and so we're going to have to make a judgment call, I think.
I completely understand that, Brendan. And one of the challenges that I guess we have is that the process that you're required to follow and we're required to follow, you hear from people who appeal or object to our final proposal. And you can't hear from the people who actually may not have put in a submission to the initial proposal, but actually supported the outcome. You can't hear from those people. We did. We got emails and people bumping into the street, and also the people who would say, what were you thinking? So, there was the range of response. However, you are dealing in what you see on paper, and I completely understand that you're seeing objections and appeals to the final proposal, which was different to our initial proposal. I get that. And I can't provide you with formal written or evidence the discussions that we had and the thinking that went into the thinkings of the councillors who voted on the day.
Yeah. So Brendan, if I could comment, in the process that we went through, one option had to go out and we received submissions on that option. In my situation, I'm the sole representative of a ward. Initially, I was supported the ward approach. As the debate went on and discussion, I abstained in the last vote. And the reason why I abstained was that there was some discussion about the wider consideration of the district, and also looking at how the current ward system was struggling with community of interest. And I think on the basis of that, there was no clear definition of community. In terms of my ward, definitely, but in terms of the other wards and the adjustments that were being made, there was no clear definition.
Can I also just come back to a point around the initial proposal, of course, had to meet the plus or minus 10%, and that split some communities. That's why we got a tremendous number of submissions back saying, you know, please I don't belong in the Hikurangi Coastal Ward, I belong in the urban ward, or etc. So that's the majority of the feedback that we got after the initial proposal was the fact that those communities that do feel a sense of ownership into a ward-based system had been fractured. And I can completely understand why they want to submit and say, we've got that wrong. And that's another reason, I guess, why in the end, taking away those lines on a map gave us the ability for the elected members to be representing without those potential conflict between, am I representing an urban ward or a coastal ward, that they are representing all of our district and taking into account all of the things that we're dealing with district-wide.
Okay. All right. Look, I think we've given that. So you.
Yeah, just one quick thing. So I understand the diversity and I understand the 10% rule and so on. What consideration was given then to making sure that those communities, the outlying communities, away from the urban and urbanish areas, as for example, some people have said Ruakaka resembled. What consideration has been given of making sure that those voices are represented at the council table by a council that's elected at large?
I guess if I flip that the other way, Commissioner Piper, is to say that even with a ward-based system, you don't guarantee that you're going to get the voices heard of the disparate communities that are even within a ward boundary. To be fair, I think if we were to have a council to reflect all of our communities of interest, it would be 40 elected members or maybe even more. So the vagaries of elections, of course, are that you're reliant on the people who believe in doing what's best for the people of the district. So ensuring that and I've heard a lot of your questioning around community boards. I think one of the options that we looked at was a small council with community boards. I think that's an elegant solution for our community, to be honest, and that would ensure that representation at a very local level provides that community voice around the decision making. So, but that was rejected by our council at the time. Community boards option.
I'm going to suggest.
I'd love it if you did that.
I'm going to suggest we've given this a pretty good hammering, and I'm not sure we're going to gain much more traction in that space. It might be useful to. I'm just looking at the list of questions that we've got there. I think question 3, comment on the process you went through, whether it was pure as you'd like. I think we'll pass on that one. the plus or minus 10%, I think we've got our heads around that in terms of the discussion. So maybe we look at the next one. At the meeting of the 7th of December, the decide final proposal was there any discussion about community boards? I think we've got a sense around where you're sitting in that space. How comfortable are you that a fair democratic process has been followed in relation to your final decision? That's the one that probably needs a bit of commentary in terms of, are you comfortable as a council that the purest principles of democracy have not been compromised through that decision?
I think it would be fair to say that we've followed the process outlined under the Local Electoral Act. We considered the submissions and we voted under a democratic process, and the outcome was democratic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no questions there. Okay, so then if we go to, did the council consider the cost and logistical barriers to campaigning, and how did that reflect in the desire for diversity? And I think you'd appreciate the reason these sorts of questions are being asked is we just can't see anything in the notes, in the minutes or anything.
To be honest, every time we had a discussion about representation, I said we cannot take into account the cost of campaigning. That's got nothing to do with representation. I still hold that view.
Who holds that view? You or the council?
I would suggest again that there would be
definitely me.
Yeah, a split decision on that as well. As we've seen, Brendan, as we've gone through this process, and at the end of the day, I suppose it's really about representation rather than campaigning. But I can see that there is a link, although tenuous, towards those.
You did hear from councillors, both former and current, because they've been through that election process and they know what, some of them know what it's like, what it costs, and I think some of them even mentioned the cost. But to be honest, I really don't think that has any relevance to representation.
Okay.
We're not asking Māori how much they're going to be spending on their campaigns. We're not asking the mayors how, candidates. I really don't. I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah.
Part of it is how you campaign as well, and what we see in terms of younger councillors, they're using different medium to campaign, which is far more cost effective for them.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Brendan, can I just add, because there were comments around the community meetings and whether or not council, how many, if it were district-wide, the list of candidates could be long, and for people to meet and greet those people who are standing for election, how fair is that to be going through to meetings around our beautiful district? And I think that's probably where it comes into the reflection of the connectedness that people have with their communities. If they're an unknown person in Whanganei, they may be very well known in Waipu, but it's up to the candidates to be ensuring that they are connecting with the people that they will ultimately be representing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that does go back to that question. I'm not specifically focusing on the dollar cost of campaigning, but in terms of commitment, availability, logistics, all of those sorts of things. Yeah. Can we go to Commissioner Bigham?
Oh, I was just going to reiterate much of the conversation that we've just had, actually, Brenda, between yourself and Cheryl. So the constraints are a bit of crystal ball gazing when it comes to distance and who's going to stand and all that sort of stuff. So while anecdotally I know in the sector we all talk about it a lot, there's, and I stand to be corrected, but there's no legislative direction that needs to be taken into account.
True.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if that was even helpful, but that's just where my thinking had got to.
Okay.
Well,
are we good? We'll move. So maybe we just, I'm just picking these as we go through, Mayor Cheryl. So question 8 there was the staff comments in the reports noting that various communities differ significantly. And I think the question is, did councillors support that view from staff or not?
The staff analysis was based on the impact of the initial proposal of splitting those communities of interest on the ward boundaries. So that was what their focus was in the report to us. Of course, if we do go district-wide, that eliminates that, the separation of communities resulting from that requirement to be complying with the plus or minus 10%. So to our staff that was what their reporting was based on.
Okay. Councillor Bigham, Commissioner Bigham? No, hand up. You've got your hand waving. Okay, cool. Right. Do you have, am I okay doing it this way, Mayor Cheryl? You're all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking in with Commissioner Piper.
yeah, I want to explore that a tiny bit more. The mayor just said, well, if we go for at large, those issues aren't quite the same, or don't have the same effect. But if you've got an election, if you've got an at large and 8, let's say, what are we heading for? 12 plus 2? No, 10. Let's say 6 of the 10 are all from the Whangarei city, urban area, and the rest are from the rural area. How does that maintain effective representation of the communities of interest which differ from each other, which is what the officers' report said? They're not all the same. Ruakaka is different from, and so on and so forth. So how might a hypothetical situation like that ensure that there is a representation at the table of the variety, or reflecting the variety, the diverseness of the district?
It's an interesting point, because we currently have a council of 13 councillors plus the mayor. And I was reflecting on the places that people live currently. And we have urban councillors who live rurally or coastally and are representing the urban ward. We have councillors who've been elected for specifically a rural ward. That councillor lives in the city but knows the community. So the vagaries of elections means that the people who are representing their community may not live there but do understand the issues. So I think yes, you could separate and say, well, people who live in the city are going to think citywide. But as Councillor Hulse pointed out, he was a farmer for many years. He's been involved, and he's now representing the urban community, and he lives in the city. So you add up the life experience, the connections that people have there, and you trust the democratic process, the election process, to ensure that the people who are standing have that ability to consider the needs and wishes of the diverse communities. It's like me as mayor, I have the wonderful benefit of being elected at large. So the whole community, and I take it upon myself to ensure that I'm getting in and making those connections with the community, listening, hearing, reflecting their voices. And I picked up Councillor Newman's point, former Councillor Newman's point around, you may not vote a particular way, but you're bringing the voice of the community and what you've been hearing. And you'd expect that of all elected members, really, wherever they live.
I would like to comment further on that. And you can't underestimate, I think, where you represent a ward and you've sworn an oath to the district, and the reality of sitting in the council chamber and actually advocating for your ward is actually frowned upon by others. I have that experience in terms of the Whangarei Heads ward, and I can give you examples that I've been unable to progress for the community because it's seen as being parochial.
Got it. Commissioner Anea? You just turn that off, then I think you turned your sound off.
I did too. Just on that point, when Federated Farmers made their submission, and you talk about the fact, you know, through your experiences, you got a feeling that the community were about 50-50. From what we're hearing from Federated Farmers, their members were definitely not 50-50. They were very concerned that they were going to lose the rural voice and the understanding of farming and the many issues that are confronting them now. Do you have an answer as far as how they are going to feed in effectively to your community if by chance there happens to be no one that has extensive farming knowledge on your council?
Yeah, it's interesting that point, because for many years we've had councils with nobody of who could whakapapa to Māori, so we don't have that Māori worldview and the lens around the decision-making table, and we've relied on the advisory groups or our connections and our meetings on marae, and you know, using every tool that we have available to us to ensure that we are hearing from our wider community, particularly where you don't have representation. We're fortunate in that we've got one councillor who's under the age of 50 on our council this time, and you know, so the voice of youth, we have youth advisory groups, etc. So it's a really valid point, and it was something I was reflecting on earlier around the quality of submissions that we hear through our long-term planning processes, our annual plan processes, our discussions on our growth strategy, on all of the planning processes. We get out to our community, and all of the elected members are hearing from the many voices across the district to enable us to make a balanced and informed decision. So yes, you could argue that unless you have a farmer around the table, you're not going to get that voice. Well, I would challenge that if you have elected members who seriously have considered their duty to do what's in the best interest of your district, then you will ensure that those people have their ears open, and you know, in the ratio of 2 to 1, ears open, 2 ears, 1 mouth, and are able to connect into the wider community across all of the sectors in our diverse community.
Okay.
I think the other aspect about that really is statutory process requires us to consult with community, and Council has been very strong on going out for early consultation and using every means possible to engage with the diversity of community. And on the basis of that, then putting out an initial document for submission. So rigour in that process is equally, if not more important, in terms of reaching those interest groups.
Okay. Janie, if earphones are off. Janie.
Sorry, I had a little chuckle then, because that argument is exactly the one that you undid about this process. Because if you had gone out, as you said you do, with the rigour of consultation, then the correct answer would have been presented to you, but you said that, in fact, you got it through listening to all sorts of different groups. So yeah, that makes me feel a little bit more uncomfortable, actually.
And as I said before, I really wish we had been able to go out with 2 proposals, because then we would have heard the views of both sides of that.
And that can't be underestimated in terms of only being able to go out with one option. And I think you know, Dale, it's something that I think going through this process, it's a comment that we would make loud and clear, is that it needs to be widened. It's too restrictive. Thank you.
Yeah, you're fighting the courts and the Auditor General on that one.
Commissioner Bingham, Big Ham.
Cute. Kilda. Just thinking though, with that argument around having been able to go out with the two options, you would have got more feedback. Surely those who supported the at-large model could have fed into the process with the option that you went out with. So I'm not quite sure that having two options would have elicited more support for the at-large model. I think that, you know, people had the opportunity to, you've got some submitters who have supported already. Why were there not more if that was such a strong feeling within the community? I guess it's just me challenging back. But taking on board your points around the narrow focus of presenting your preferred, council has to present a preferred option to the community. I totally get that. That's something for the Future for Local Government panel to go onto their list for consideration too, I would suggest.
Yeah.
And because we, as you've heard, the history of our district has had ward representation since the inception, since 1989, it would be fair to say that elected members sometimes struggle with the challenge of looking at opening our minds to other options, harder for a community as well. And you often hear the lack of understanding of what we're even doing, let alone what our options were. And it's just part of our nature of democracy, really.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Cheryl. And your council's not alone in that. It's just, we know what we know, and the unknown tends to be a bit frightening. So I would totally agree with that, kōrero.
Commissioner Anea, your hand is still up. Are you?
For a reason, just to further tease that out, if in your initial proposal or in your, that you had in fact had more commentary about the fact that there was some debate within council and some of the advantages of at-large of this, some of the disadvantages, the advantages of the ward, the disadvantages, the fact that all of the conversation was about how important communities of interest were, face-to-face meetings and connections in your community, I have to say there was an opportunity within your conversation that helped people make a submission, that you could have heralded that this was something that had been, you know, that you have been debating.
I would just check with our officials as to whether or not we were able to do that, whether that was something that could have been done and a good lesson to be learned for future.
I think you did, with the fact you talked about communities of interest, how important they were, face-to-face meetings. You used that dialogue, so you must have been able to also talk about more than just that, because it did lead the community to think that you were in support of the status quo, I guess is my key point.
Yes.
Again, the vagaries of having to put out an initial proposal and that was voted on.
I think in the same vein, community boards as well. There could have been discussion on that in the proposal as well.
Okay, so Commissioner Piper,
I'm hoping this will be helpful, and I want to see if I can just understand the minutes of the 31st of August, given Janie's question. In the minutes of the council meeting on the 24th of August, when you considered the submissions, in the big book, it's on page 189, but you might not have the big book, all of you, but in that says, it was business item 2.4. So, well, earlier, the previous page, there was deliberations, and the questions asked on the submission form. There's narrative there that says, for example, of the question, do you agree with the council's proposal to continue to have 13 councillors and the mayor? Council, this is page 2 of those minutes. Yes. Do you agree to confirm to have 13 councillors and the mayor? Council, in italics, it says council agree with the staff recommendation. So are those italics, are they council? Is that a note of what council, what the minute taker understood the council be thinking at that time when that note was made?
I'll need to defer to our democracy
Because
team.
when it becomes important, for me anyway, on page 5 of the minutes, 2.2.6, do you agree with retaining the, well, in fact, I think it's on all the wards, about the retention of ward boundaries? Council agrees with the staff recommendation. And it isn't till the very end in 2.8 that that a majority was not reached and consequently no change. Yeah. But I just wonder what those italics meant. Because there you can see the council going through each part of the proposition quite deliberately and presumably reasonably slowly.
Yes, we did go through them slowly because the you're right, there's staff recommendations through the deliberations. The staff had done analysis of the submissions that were received on each of those points, and the recommendations, I think, through the agenda were whether or not the staff recommendation would have been.
Okay, so maybe we need a copy of that report.
Okay. Of the meeting on Tuesday the 31st.
It should be in that pack.
Our people are saying it should be in the pack, so hopefully, do you know what page it'll be on for them? We'll make sure that that's forwarded through to you.
Yeah, check with Linda, might be quicker, and Linda might be able to. I mean, the reason I ask is later on, clearly you talked about community boards, but we're going back to that later. Sorry, Chair, but thank you.
Okay, so just we allocated half an hour and we've been going 55 minutes. And I'm conscious that a couple more of the questions that we've noted actually are almost repeating stuff. So, but I'll take your guidance as we go through. I think, just bear with me. I think question 9, regarding staff comments, I feel we've covered that one off. Question 9. Question 10, I also feel that's covered off now in terms of what considerations are being made around election. So that's all done. With regard to establishing Maori wards, we know, I think between us all, that's done and dusted. We don't need to go there. So we're down to just the last 3.
No, there was the question of 1 or why 2?
Oh,
not 1, given that we've got 1 general ward.
Okay.
Sorry, there's a question of 1, why not 2?
We asked our hapu partners what their preference was, and so they came back and said their preference is 1 ward for the 2 councillors. They actually would have preferred more councillors in the ward, but that was their preference, so we absolutely listened to them.
Right, okay, thank you. Question 13, I think we've hammered that pretty damn hard as well. Did the council determine that the proposed district-wide model would be better representation? I think we've done that. The dates for meetings, the changes, we've got that pretty clear. The last question, where do you expect to see projected growth and where are you planning for that to happen in the district plan? Not quite sure who asked that question. Bonita? Okay, so are you comfortable, Mayor Cheryl, with flowing through to the last question? Am I being reasonable there?
I would like to comment on the growth strategy. We have just recently adopted a growth strategy, and that took into account all of the considerations of infrastructure provision, where climate change impact, all of the things that we're required to. It was a refresh of a document that we called the Sustainable Futures 3050, which was done back in the early 2000s, and it's refreshed, it's updated, and it certainly reflects the demand for areas that are in high growth, but also the challenges that we have with infrastructure provision. We can send you a link to it because we're actually very proud of that document.
Yeah. Okay. And Brendan, there was very good engagement, strong engagement with communities, particularly where there was growth and where it was impacting. So, for example, out at the Whangarei Heads, consideration was taken and looked at the growth really concentrating more in Para Bay rather than out at the head. So the community did have good input into that document and dealing with the growth that is projected at 1.5% a year for the next 30 years.
Well, okay.
But the question was where?
So if I could comment on that. So the growth strategy actually sets out where the growth would take place. It takes into account infrastructure and all the other aspects that relate to amenity.
I understand that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but the question was where is the significant growth going to happen in the next, say, 10 years? Where? So
the growth that is happening currently is in the urban areas in Kāmore and Tikipunga, which are currently in the Denby ward. We've got very strong growth in the Bream Bay region, as was mentioned, the Ruakaka, Waipu, One Tree Point areas, Takahiwai, and also, so some of the the nodes of growth in coastal communities, but very high growth and demand in our urban inner city.
And it's really that growth that's impacted really on the community of interest, perceived community of interest as it relates to the wards. So there needed to be adjustment there, and in some of those wards, and one ward in particular, it was 20%. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Bigham.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't realise I wasn't even muted then. I'm umming and ahhing. Apologies. If
we noticed. We thought you were going to break into a riot all of a sudden.
Not today. But so just, really interesting. Thank you for that summary to my question about where the growth will be. So potentially some of the places that people are talking about being their rural settings, their communities of interest may end up becoming quite urban in future development anyway. Is that sort of how some of those areas may be tracking potentially?
Potentially, although we are in our urban and services plan change, we are responding to the growth demands and trying to intensify areas. So inner city redevelopment and intensification, and ensuring that where growth is happening, we have that infrastructure provided, so water, wastewater networks, stormwater, etc. So that's the focus of the growth strategy, to ensure that we can, within reason, direct the growth to the areas that can sustain it. Having said that, anybody's open to plan changes, but we're reflecting, I guess, where the demand currently is, and it's being evidenced.
And part of that is actually looking at an integrated approach. So we've been undertaking placemaking in some of those areas that are under growth. So it's sitting down with the community and just working through a placemaking plan with them that involves infrastructure as well as regulation, but involving central government agencies as well, so that we can actually put together a plan for those areas of growth, not just related to council considerations.
Kia ora, korua.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm of the view that we're done. I think I can read the body language of pretty much everybody in the room. And I'm not seeing any pushback from anybody. So on that assumption that we have given this a vigorous hour of right of reply, maybe I could just fold things up. And I'll start off by, first of all, acknowledging Mayor Cheryl and Deputy Mayor Ives. I just have to say, and I have to say to you, that has been quite some grilling, and I hope your community respect the effort that you've put into the preparation for today and the way in which you've responded to the questions that have been placed in front of you. I'd also like to acknowledge your team behind you, and I regretfully have no idea who you are, but we've seen, in fact, I'm pretty sure there's 2 people. It might be 3, I'm not sure, but however number, is there 2? Whatever the number is, to you guys, in fact, I don't even know if it's guys or girls, but well done. Well done and thank you. It is a torturous process that you have to go through. So again, you know, on behalf of your community, it's arduous. It's not easy, but you have done the best you can within the resources you have available. To the team on the screen, the commissioners and the staff behind that support us. This is the most significant Zoom hearing that we have done. We've managed to navigate the technology. The preparation in advance has been significant. You will appreciate that we would have been much happier to be on site, so we could read the body language a little better, and maybe the interaction might have been slightly different. I would say though that I believe everybody's had a fair go. All the submitters that wanted to speak have had their chance to engage with us. It brings me then to conclude with a karakia. And before we ask our CEO to lead us in the karakia, just to give a sense of what happens next, commissioners after this session will sign off. We will reconnect on a separate Zoom for which we've all got our bookings. We'll have another session as a form of debrief from today and maybe some headline points that we want to analyse. And then we will reconvene at a date to be determined to further go through our considerations before an appropriate report is written and a final decision is made by us in the new year, with no date set on that for obvious reasons. So just with that background, so you've got some understanding, can I just check if I missed anything from anybody? We're all happy? Okay, well, if we're all happy, thanks again, team, and we'll just pass over to our CE, who will bring up on the screen our closing karakia.
Kia ora, Brendan. Just give me 1 second for the screen
And
share.
Dale, just before we go, acknowledge that you've been there all the time. Well done.
Yeah, that's
Indeed.
Okay, I hope you can see that, so you're able to join in if you wish. Unuhia, 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 i te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua i te ara takatū, koe rā e rongo whakairea, aki ki runga, kia wātia, ei rā kua wātia, haupai mārere.
Pai marire tātou, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deb.
Ka kite.
Ka kite.
Thank you.
It's it.